Hello and welcome to another live chat. I don't know if TikTok's going to allow me more than 50 people today, but we'll see. So while I wait for people, if anyone's interested in listening to a sweet man, I say sweet because a person I debunked, a 85-year-old man that made up a load of crap, who's got 1 million followers. When I debunked him, one of his followers said that I shouldn't debunk him because he's sweet. Where does it stop? I mean, so it's okay for someone to get 1 million followers by lying because he's sweet. I guess I'm not sweet enough for someone to to say that I'm sweet. I don't know. Hello everybody that's just joining. I'm just going to read while I wait for any questions, if there's any at all from anyone. I'm just going to read part of the Anunnaki script. It's actually in front of me. I don't know why it's in the front room, but it's got a WAG number, I think it's called, which is where it's been copyrighted with a few agencies. So it says, this is the very top of the script if anyone's interested, for the movie that fingers crossed will get done. So it's called Anunnaki Search for Gold, based on the original tablets that have been translated. Well, copyright, and it's got my name, but I won't read out my name. Exterior, dried out field day. Title, Turkey, present day. An older man, Jacob, is crouching over something that he's just dug up. A younger woman, Julie, is standing beside him. Jacob, it's this. You see? It's this that proves I'm right. God, Jacob sounds like me, doesn't he? Julie says, show me. Jacob carefully hands Julie the artifact. Jacob, see, Julie? See what I've been saying? This is just the tip of the iceberg here. If you want me to carry on, I will, while I'm waiting for any questions, if there's any. So this is the opening sequence for the Anunnaki Part 1 movie. I say Part 1 because if it gets made, then fingers crossed, there's no reason why second, third and fourth, because it would be 4 movies worth. Jacob stands up and looks around. The whole area is a vast wasteland. Julie, but you said they were, I'm not very good at reading, but you said they were aware of the deluge coming. They would have moved their tech. Jacob, yes, I did say that. That's not why you're my favourite student. Sorry, that's why you're my favourite student, Julie. Top of the class for Julie by the sense. No, it wasn't. That's probably why I called ChatGDP Julie. But maybe they had tech built into their buildings. Maybe they didn't know how bad the flood would be, and it didn't move. So basically, what he's saying there in the script is that they're looking for tech, Anunnaki tech, from the script. Thank you, Kerry. Julie stands up and looks around. Julie, so what are we going to do now, Jacob? We keep searching, we keep digging, we will find what we're looking for. We will find the truth about the Anunnaki. Dun dun dun. Jacob and Julie continue to search the area, digging up artifacts and studying them. Julie, this is amazing, Jacob. The writing on these artifacts, she finds something. The writing on this artifact is showing us where they come from, Jacob. You can see why I love doing this. Some of the tablets I found, the translations are out of this world. Dun dun dun. So basically, I'm laying down in the opening sequence enough for people to be getting excited by, thinking, "Oh, what are they talking about out of this world?" Especially if they don't know about the Anunnaki. So that's part of the beginning of the script. What I'll do is I'll just flick to a random page. Okay, random page 22. Interior, Julie's front room, daytime. Julie is standing in front of a washing machine, washing her clothes. She looks puzzled and stops midway through. She sits down and opens her phone. And then Julie into the phone. Can gold particles be used to keep heat So I told you I can't read. Can gold particles... So she's basically using a ChatGPT type device. Can gold particles be used to keep in the heat on a planet? The phone AI replies, yes, gold is an excellent reflector of both visible light and infrared radiation, which makes it useful reflecting heat. Julie then calls her dad. Dad? Dad's voice. Hi, what's up? Julie, I need to go back to Turkey. So at the beginning she was there and now she's got to go back. And then she wrote, well, Iraq, meaning more Iraq than Turkey. Dad's voice. With who, Julie? On my own, I guess. There's no one else that would come, Dad. I know someone. You know what happened to Jacob? Dun, dun, dun. So Jacob, something happened to Jacob between page 1 and page 22. I can't spoil it, but there you go. That's so I won't bore you with the script, but that's the script. So it's a cross between Tomb Raider, I guess Indiana Jones, and a sci-fi movie when you have the Anunnaki in it. So. Yeah, so fingers crossed the film that we're shooting at the moment will be finished by the end of the week. And then I can finish that off and then start on the new film. Kerry's right, hello sir, I'm working but listening. Oh, bless you, thank you. Scrolling down. This is live, I read every single question out, if there's any. I am the guy that does those videos, the debunking ones where people don't seem to like it. TikTok limits me to 50, so if you only see less than 50, that's because of TikTok. And sometimes it's better to have less than 50. I mean, when we do have, or we used to have, 150, 200, there would be so many questions that people would get bored waiting for me to reply to. So in some ways, it's better. Scrolling down. Still scrolling down. It's like people joined. Obviously, they're not all staying. Shane's scrolling down. I'm actually at the bottom now, so I'll waffle on about a particular subject until. Let me go get one of my books. Let me get one of my books. Sorry guys, I'm just going to go get one of my books. Not that I can read. I write these bloody things and I can't read. What one should we go with? Let's go with that one. Area 51, Stonehenge, Crystal Skulls. Let's go with that book. When I say my book, it may be it may be written by me. While I wait for any questions, if anyone's interested. So let's just pick a chapter. Pick a random chapter. God, this book's big. That's a bit heavy. Greek myths, I think it's a bit too heavy. That one's too heavy. Changes in the Bible. What's that chapter? Grand Canyon. Oh, this is a good chapter. So, are we sitting down, ladies and gentlemen? I'll put my best voice on. Grand Canyon and Ancient Egypt. Has everyone got their cup of tea? I'm just waiting for questions if there is any. I don't know if I've missed any. Let me just have a quick look. Someone's wrote something. Are you still here? Fire Lube. Oh, we could have someone that I haven't had for ages, where I basically point things out and they change the subject, or they run, or they be rude. Fire Lube, are you still here? Please say yes. I want to ask you a question, and you can ask me a question. Please, Fire Lube, say you're here. Whoops, I accidentally invited someone.
WhatsApp. Someone has sent you
Oh
WhatsApp.
no, let me see if Fire Lube's here and hiding. Oh, I didn't mean to bring you up, sorry, it was an accident.
WhatsApp. Someone has sent you a WhatsApp. WhatsApp. Someone has sent you a WhatsApp.
Who did I end up inviting?
No problem. No problem, I'll drop.
How you doing?
Good. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, sorry, I accidentally invited you, but welcome, welcome.
I love everything you're doing.
Oh, thank you, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're definitely one of the best with your information, man.
Oh, thank you. I guess that's my only thing that I've because I don't show my face and stuff. But
Yeah.
well, thank you. It's nice to hear.
Yeah. So I was going to write a question in the comments, so I might as well ask you since I'm here. So, do you know any information on the Nagas?
Uh, Not well. I know about them, yeah, but not. I don't think anyone really knows what a Naga is. I mean,
Right.
there's people that will say, "Oh, they're humanoid reptilians," which they're not actually humanoid reptilians, but people seem to somehow put them in the category of that. They seem to be some sort of serpent snake,
Right. Right.
large ones. That's when I say large, carved large.
So,
What?
the reason I
Oh, yeah.
asked because I watched a few videos, right, and I came across one that, in the translation, it says that they are sons of gods, sons of God. Like, to me, that sounds like the sons of God that's mentioned in the Bible, like the Anunnaki.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, I haven't seen that, but if that is the case,
WhatsApp.
so there was a
Someone
period
has sent you a
when
WhatsApp.
the Igigi, which were the sons of God, which you just mentioned in the Bible,
Right, right,
when they came down, 200 out of the
WhatsApp.
300
Someone
came
has
down and
sent you a
stole human
WhatsApp.
women, and there was a huge battle between the Igigi and the Anunnaki for it doesn't say how many years, but you can imagine it being a lot of years because while the Igigi were fighting the Anunnaki, their children that they had with these human women were growing up, and they were teaching them about aliens, about other planets and all this kind of stuff, which is what the Anunnaki didn't want them to do. So that's when the Anunnaki did a final push to stop them from teaching the secrets of the universe, so to speak, or secrets of space. So, knowing what the Anunnaki have done, they have called what they when someone's bad, they have called them a snake or a serpent. They've called them all sorts of names. So I'm just wondering if what you said is correct, that these snakes are representations of the younger gods. It's a bit
WhatsApp.
like
Someone has sent you a
sorry, I
WhatsApp.
keep getting messages. It's a bit like Quetzalcoatl with the feathered serpent. The feathered, believe it or not, the feathered serpent isn't Quetzalcoatl. People have said it is, but when you actually dig deep down, it's just a guess. It really is just a guess. So it's totally possible because there is a carving of Quetzalcoatl. So why would we have him as a anything other than Quetzalcoatl? It's because people have assumed it's one of the same when it's not. So you might be right. The Nagas may be just representations of at the time of when the Ajiji were, being bad.
okay. That's it. I'm going to drop because I'm kind of busy right now, but I'm still in the chat. I'm listening to you, man. You have a
Oh,
good one.
thank you, bless you, thank you.
Yeah.
I have no idea how to get rid of someone off the chat. Oh, there we go. Thank God for that. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll just see if I've missed anything. Scrolling down. So let's go back to Firelube, who's done a runner. Although Firelube just got the number 2 gifter badge, which was quite interesting. So, and you do follow me, so I would have been nice to you if you were still around about your comment about the planet. Alicia's wrote, how can I find the timeline on your website? So you at the very top, if you go to the website, at the very top there's a bit where you type what you want to look at. Just hit search. Don't worry about that at that point. Then once you get to the next page, there's another search bar. Just type time or timeline, and it will show up. And then you click on the title of it will say timeline. I think it will say yeah, I can't remember the full title, but just click on it and it will take you to where the timeline is. Yeah, it's a big old timeline. Covers a lot of things that people probably don't even know. But I had to be thorough just in case people ask me questions on it. So yeah, okay. So I'll read part of my. This is interesting. I'll do my Patrick Stewart voice. Make it so, number one. So this is while I'm waiting for people to ask any questions. Grand Canyon and Ancient Egypt, from a chapter from an amazing book that you guys should freaking be going out buying. All three of the authors' books. Technically 4 if you include the kids' book. Technically 5, 6 if you include the Flat Earth books. Technically 7 if you start buying some of his fiction books. Genius author. So, Grand Canyon in Ancient Egypt. Before you think, wait, what? Meaning, before you think, hang on a minute, how can Grand Canyon and Ancient Egypt be part of the same? The Smithsonian Institute has on their website a video called The Surprising Link Between the Grand Canyon and Ancient Egypt. Yes, whoever wrote this book really does his homework. This is the author. While I don't always believe the Smithsonian, when they are not debunking things, they do sometimes give us information that, when added with other information that they don't tell us, gives us a full story. If the story is true, then it shows aliens were in the Grand Canyon and took humans from Egypt there to mine for them. Then the aliens would take the mined materials back to Egypt, the aliens being the Anunnaki. Let's first look at the people that debunk this and why they do. See, I go through absolutely everything, and I that's why I don't think, hopefully no one will ever be able to debunk me. Damien's wrote, timeline is on Patreon. Yeah, unfortunately it is on the Patreon page because you have no idea how long it takes me to do things like that. So for a couple of £, it was, along with the thousands or hundreds of other videos on there. Alicia's wrote, thank you very much. Yeah, it's just a couple of £, but you have a look, you'll see so much stuff is on there. So let's first have a look at the people that try and debunk, or said they've debunked Grand Canyon and Ancient Egypt. Discovery Magazine. So when you look at these books, I point out institutions, companies, etc., that you shouldn't trust. If you're listening, MI5, MI6, FBI, Mulder and Scully, the Discovery Magazine website has done an article explaining why it's a fake story, published in April the 5th, 1909. In an evening edition of the Arizona Gazette, an article entitled Explorations in the Grand Canyon made sensational claims on its front page. The narrative asserted that the remnants of an Egyptian civilization had been unearthed within a colossal cave in the cliffs of the Grand Canyon. Situated 2,000 feet above the Colorado River, the chambers of this supposed underground citadel were described as containing artifacts, hieroglyphics, and potentially mummified remains of Egyptian origin. However, they claim it is important to emphasize that this story is unquestionably untrue. So this was the Discovery Magazine saying that the story from 1905 is untrue. Now, they give a link to Pima County Public Library. Now, I will check that link. So this is why I say Discovery Magazine, don't trust them. So they give a link. And then in the book, upon checking, Pima had the idea of getting funding from the likes of Rockefellers. Whoopsie. If you know anything about the Rockefellers, you know. If you have read my other books, you'll know that they are against the disclosure of aliens to the public. So much so that they tried to build a museum in Egypt around the 1920s, so they would have full control over what gets shown and what's told to the public. The Egyptian government refused at the time. You can find all this out on the website Americans Fort Hearts, FORT. Sorry, it's all one word, so I was trying to break where it was breaking up. Here's the Pima Cultural Plan. Grants and loans. So this is the people that was, yeah, you get the idea. I won't bore you. Sorry, there's a couple of messages now. But yeah, so basically, my book debunks the Discovery magazine, as you can probably guess, where they're saying that the Egyptian artifacts are fake. It goes in, there's quite a few pages. I might read a different part. Susie's wrote, there's a hidden structure between mountains of a structure. What, in the Grand Canyon? Yeah, like I say, I was going to go through some next bits, but it's definitely. Sorry, I was just realised I missed one there. Reese had wrote, Patreon is well worth it. Oh, thank you, Reese. I'll read the next bit out in a sec, then if I catch up. James wrote, hi, sir. Hi, Jane. How are you? Susie's wrote, in Australia that are older than our 10,000-year-old civilization. I'm guessing you're saying... Sorry, then you wrote it again. I'm guessing you're saying there's artifacts that's older than our 10,000-year civilization. Meaning Australians' 10,000 years civilization. Well, apparently, if you go by mainstream, they'll tell you that the first Aboriginals, which would have came from Africa, because there was no Homo sapiens anywhere else at the very beginning, so they had to have, no matter what, they would have had to have spread. They didn't suddenly evolve. Homo sapiens in Australia didn't suddenly evolve as a Homo sapien, completely and utterly separate from the Homo sapiens over in, the first place they were put to work was Africa. So if you go by mainstream, they say that the African people left Africa and went to Australia about 60,000 years ago, which isn't true because... if you're interested, I'll go into details. But whoops, sorry, I was just trying to scroll there. Susie had wrote, well, our Aborigines are oldest. They didn't build this structure. What you're saying? Sorry, I'm just trying to get my head around it. You're saying in Australia there's a structure that's older than your Aboriginals, and they don't know where it's come from. So technically, it could have come from 60,000 years ago if you believe mainstream. Angel Hart wrote, interested in conversation about the 13-month calendar, or what the calendar. I'm going to do a video on that. The amount of people that keeps asking me about it. Let me just write that down so I will remember to do a video on it. Sorry, I'm just going to set a calendar reminder. Make a video on the 13 months. Okay, sorry about that. So interested. So there. Obviously, I've read many things about it. Obviously, from the Anunnaki and how they changed it and whatnot. So I won't be able to quote everything because it's been a while since I can remember even which tablets. I think Zecharia Sitchin mentions it in the Lost Book of Enki. And there's some other tablets as well where they talk about 13 months. So basically, the way it started was Enki and Marduk. I don't know how much you know of all these characters, but Enki and Marduk. Sorry, just trying to get back to where I was because it was. Yeah, so Enki and Marduk, when they were here, they had the idea of going to the moon. So there we go. So when people say the moon wasn't here, it was here. So they went to the moon and they spent what seems like at least a month on the moon, which sounds like a long time, but in their time it's just a day. So it's not that long. But in our time, it would be classed as a month. And while they were there, Enki started to look, at least a month, I'll say. Enki looked at the cycle of Earth and where the moon was and the other planets and the sun. And that's when he decided to do a calendar based, while he was on the moon, a calendar for Earth. So, and that's when he came up with the 13 months. So that was used for a period of time. And then for some reason, and to be honest, I don't know what the reason is. Thank you, History and Coins. I hope you're well. For some reason, they changed it to 12 months. And we know that because it's in the book of Enoch. They go through and explain how the Stonehenges work. There's more than one Stonehenge. How the henges work. Including resetting after 4 years, which is quite phenomenal. So that's where we get our sort of leap year. Why they did that, I don't know. Now, the Anunnaki did do everything in sixes. We count generally in tens. They do things in sixes. That's where we get 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, and so on. So, is it possible that they did 12 months because it means 2 sixes instead of a baker's dozen, which is 13? So it could be that, or there could be another reason that they, that eludes us at this point. Was it because I don't know. So I don't know the reason, but I'll do a video where I can explain it a lot better and point to the evidence, etc. Punk is right. I'm interested about the Australian Aborigines. So when you look at the Aborigines, some have curly hair, some don't. Now, mainstream will tell you that they evolved. Well, they came over on a land bridge to Australia. So then you have to say, okay, which land bridge? Why didn't they stop anywhere else? See, so they're coming from this is mainstream, not me. So they're coming from Africa 60,000 years ago, and they passed Crocodile Dundee. They passed all these other places, and they decided to settle in Australia. They didn't seem to settle anywhere else, otherwise we'd have Aborigines in other places. So if we believe mainstream, then the Aborigines should all technically look like each other. But mainstream say, the reason why they've got straight hair and some have got curly hair is because of the climate. Because it's hot in Australia. But then, if you're like me, you'll say, well, hang on a minute, South Africa is freaking hot as well. So then you say, okay, so are the Aboriginals in every single place hot in Australia? Turns out, no, they're in some places that's not so hot. But yet, they've got, so basically the curly hair is to keep the scalp cool in hot weather. Whereas straight hair, according to mainstream, straight hair is better for keeping the warmth in. That's according to mainstream. But that doesn't quite work because there's Aborigines, they say they evolved, but there's Aborigines with curly hair and there's Aborigines with straight hair. Now, if you go to the tablets which literally tell us the Anunnaki created us twice, on the second time, they created a species that they called the black-headed people. And from that moment, so they did have the curly-headed people first, they would have been the ones in Africa. The Anunnaki bred with those Homo sapiens, which gave us Homo sapiens sapiens. And then the Anunnaki bred with those Homo sapiens sapiens. So the Anunnaki, according to their carvings, had straight hair. None of them had sort of curly hair like the dark-skinned people. So the chances that Adam and Eve, because they were the ones that was bred by the Anunnaki, not the ones that was first created by the Anunnaki. They were the first Homo sapiens. So the chances are they probably had straight hair, or somewhat a mixture. So roll on to after the flood, when many people died. Cain's families managed to survive. He'd long been dead since then, but his offsprings had survived according to the Moorhen tablets or translations. So there were some people that survived, but the Anunnaki wanted to rebuild back. They say it. There's tablets that literally say we need to rebuild our cities. So then you got to ask yourself, well, where did the cities go? And then when you realise that we keep finding buildings underneath the Middle East, that's where their buildings went. They were covered over because of the deluge, which is what it was originally called. So when you look at the creatures, the second lot of creatures that they created, they called us creatures, or certainly they called us creatures at the beginning. The second lot were called black-headed people. Now, technically, you'd say, well, hang on a minute, the black-headed people would have been the African people that they first created. How can they be now creating a new species and calling it black-headed people? Doesn't quite make sense. Unless these black-headed people had straight hair. Then there'll be a difference between the ones that they never called black-headed people for nearly 290,000 years, not one mention of black-headed people to do with any of the humans that they'd created, or Homo sapiens that they'd created, until they created the black-headed people. And of course, now we've got a race then that would be a mixture between the Anunnaki and maybe the demigods, which would have been the straight-haired, more than likely straight-haired people, descendants off of the Anunnaki and the Homo sapiens, or descendants off of the Anunnaki, Homo sapiens and Homo sapiens, because the Anunnaki bred with their own kids. So the chances that the Aboriginals and the Indian people are somewhat of a different, slightly different, dare I say it, race because of the Anunnaki leads, and the Mayan and all the people that don't seem to be in the Middle East seem to be taken there, because you've got to ask yourself, how the hell did they get to 60,000 years ago? We're hunter-gatherers 12,000 years ago. We're technically almost prehistoric at 12,000 years ago. 60,000 years ago, they managed to traverse, this is according to mainstream, on their little lonesome, without stopping anywhere else. They got all the way over to Australia because of a land bridge that no one can really give us any evidence that there was a land bridge anywhere. So clearly the people that seem to suddenly appear places, obviously India is connected to Egypt, etc. So you can, the landmass, you can walk that's not a problem. But places like Mesoamerica and Australia, they would have had to have been taken there. There's the chances of 60,000 years ago someone saying, do you know what, let's build a massive boat and take loads of people or whatever, or even just one boat and take a family. I know we have boats coming here to the UK, but with loads of people on, but it's a bigger gap between. So you kind of get the idea. So everything leads me. Of course, the Aboriginals also talk about a god. There's no way they would know about a god. No one in their right mind makes up a god. No one sits there and goes, do you know what? We're missing something. We're missing a god. Wow, that's a great idea. Yeah, we should have one. Especially if they weren't in communication with anyone else. But of course they were in communication, because I believe the Anunnaki took people into these different locations. Susie's wrote, yes, no education on Australia you need. I'm not sure if it's no education on Australia that I need, or yes, I need education on Australia. I'm still trying to learn. Australia's one that I haven't delved that deep into. Susie's wrote it's older than Egypt. Well, if you believe mainstream, then 60,000 years ago people managed to somehow get there. If you go by my time frame, no, not that old. They would have been took over there after the Great Flood, which means there would have been people already in Egypt. Now, you're going to say, oh, they found something in... what was it? Alfredo, there's another guy, Australian, and he pointed out that there was something that was found in Egypt, or something that was taken from Aborigines back to Egypt. And then I quite cleverly pointed out that just because one place has it doesn't mean that that's where it originated from. So I'm trying to remember what he said, but for me to give my answer again. But basically, I pointed out that just because someone, I can't remember whether it was something to do with medical practices or something, just because someone did medical practices in Australia and did it in Egypt doesn't mean that Australia come first, because you could have quite happily had one of the people taken over there, such as Anunnaki taking people over and teaching them, and of course the Anunnaki would have taught the people in Egypt as well. So you can't really say that it's older than Egypt per se, because you've also got to contend with the fact that Egypt, the reason why many of the buildings are under sand, sediment, etc., is because of the deluge. Whereas Australia, so when you work out where the ice shelf broke off, it was Antarctica, and the first places that it would have hit would have been South Africa and the Middle East. Australia probably wouldn't have got a look in. So when you're saying, oh, Australia's older than Egypt, you keep digging in Egypt, which they do, and they keep finding things. And mainstream won't tell us. The other problem is you also believe in mainstream. Mainstream's given us dates. So, for example, they'll say the Great Pyramid is 3,500 years. And yet the weathering, the ancient tablets, everything backs up that it's well older than that. So if you're going to go by mainstream, then that's the reason why I did that timeline, which shows that it's not quite what mainstream say. And as you may know, just a year ago, they're forever doing this. So a year ago, they put out an article saying that the mummies, and they now believe the mummies are 1,000 years older than what they thought. So it goes to show they have no idea what they're talking about. Because before that, if I did a live chat, people would say to me, oh, the mummies are only, or they'll tell me the age of the mummy, and I'll say, no, they're older than that. But now that they've admitted that they're older than that, people say, well, they're still not your date yet for the mummies. And I'll say, yes, because they're not letting us know that they are actually that old, but yet they've let us know that they make mistakes. One of them, either me or them, is making mistakes, and so far they keep coming up with my dates. So it's anyway. History and Coins wrote, no, I won't be long on here. Oh, no worries. Well, I hope you get well soon. Spurs Brett just wrote, what do you think's under the pyramids? I haven't. So when I did we first heard about it, I looked to see whether or not there was any evidence that the actual story is correct. And at that point, I couldn't find anything, so I didn't bother looking into it. I don't know if anyone's come forward now with evidence that they actually definitely did this scan. There was a paper, and this is how silly people are. They don't seem to research very well. There was a paper that people kept pointing to, and I read that paper, and it was absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with Khafre's pyramid. In other words, it was an older document that people were using to try and justify the new finding, which then made my spider senses tingle. So at this point, I've not researched it anymore, because until someone says, right, here's the evidence, really is evidence. Really what we do need is the two people that cited, well, they're actually on that same paper, because obviously that's their technology, but it was for a different pyramid. and a few years back as well, 2022, I think it was, for the previous one. So we really need them to step forward and come out on, on TV and say, yes, this is what we found. Looking forward to going back, doing some more, blah, 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 that kind of thing. But I also looked into whether or not Egypt allowed them to go and do one fairly recently. And all I kept coming back was the one from 2022 for Khufu's pyramid, not Khafre's pyramid. So I can't really answer what's under it until I know for sure, because otherwise I could just be looking at a pile of junk that someone's knocked up on some images, and I could just be wasting my time trying to work out what that is. And even if I looked at it and thought, oh, I know what that means, because I was the one that suggested Halls of Amenti, and before you know it, after I said it, Ancient Architects, Billy Carson, everyone else has just come out the woodwork going, oh, they could be the Halls of Amenti. You heard it first on here, and you know that my videos get picked up by people. So, because those people need to have evidence and learn stuff, so they come to me without telling me that they're nicking my ideas. But so yeah, bottom line is I don't know until I won't bother looking into it until it's sort of proven that the scans were correct. Joseph has wrote, year are 365 and a quarter days. You're on about now on Earth. Used to be 365 and a half days. That's how many steps are on the pyramid as well. So back then, whoever it was worked out the date of how many days there are in. I mean, you could say it was just a coincidence, which you could say, but yeah, now we're on 365 and a quarter days. Don't ask me what happened to the quarter of a day between then and now. It's probably slipped down the back of the sofa. Susie's wrote, Anunnaki, seriously? Are you getting your stuff from libraries? I thought Susie might have been upset when I pointed out that her Aboriginal point didn't quite work. So now she seems to be angry. Are you still here, Susie? When you say, are you getting your stuff off from libraries, are you still here, Susie? I'm just going to ask you to do something, because one of us is going to be right and the other one's going to go, oh crap. Yeah. I know I come across egotistical, but thank you, Gary. You're the Gary the Crab. You know, Gary, what's coming, don't you, when I asked if someone's still here. So, Susie, what I would ask you to do, if you're keeping quiet, no worries, because you realise now, hey, this guy knows what he's talking about. No worries at all. But what I'd ask you to do, Susie, is go to my website. You're going to say, oh, no, I don't want to know. But you're the one saying seriously. So if you're serious about saying Anunnaki seriously, with a question mark, what I would suggest you do then, because you're the one that's putting out the gauntlet, go to my website, which you won't bother, because you realise now, oh crap, I've bitten off more than I can chew. Go to my website, scroll down on the home page to where it says click here. You're thinking, oh, does that mean I have to watch something? Yes, because you're the one that wrote Anunnaki seriously. If you want to know seriously, click that. It'll take you to YouTube. It's an 8-hour documentary. I ain't got 8 hours. No, you only need 10 minutes, Susie. Come back in 10 minutes after watching 10 minutes of that, and then say, Anunnaki seriously? What you'll actually come back and do is, oh, wow, that information was amazing. I didn't think anyone would be able to put amazing information like that. Would you do that for me, Susie? You won't bother. You've probably done a runner. But it's because I may have upset you about the Australian comment saying that they're not actually indigenous, because they can't be indigenous. There's a missing link. The first Homo sapiens were ever found over in South Africa, which is where the Anunnaki come from. So there's no way at all that another species of Homo sapiens could suddenly spring up 60,000 years ago or as you say, 10,000 years ago. Thank you, History and Coins, who is Australian. But logically, there is no way that an identical species would suddenly spring up for no reason whatsoever. Now, if you had them on the same, on Pangaea, where the land mass was the same, and, you had variations of them, but there was no primates. There was no when I say primates, there's no hominids in Australia to have been able to have, bred and eventually evolved into Aboriginals. So that's, I think, where you was probably upset with me, and that's why you decided to say, Anunnaki, seriously, are you getting your stuff from libraries? No, you can watch the 8-hour documentary and you'll see I don't get my stuff from libraries, but you won't bother. No one bothers. Punker's written, yeah, that is strange. I'm not sure, I'm slightly behind now, so I apologise. Susie's wrote, you need to stop. That's because what happens, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to me, is no one tells me where I'm wrong with evidence. They can't. It seems to be something because people don't bother. Let's be honest, there's only a handful of people who do what I do. But people don't like what I say, so they'll say, you're lying. They'll say you need to stop. They'll say you're making it up. And then I say to them, just like I say to Susie, no problem at all, Susie. Tell me one thing where I'm wrong with evidence, because you can't just say stop, you're wrong. You have to kind of give me the evidence to prove my evidence wrong that I've been saying. And I point that to evidence if you're interested, like I say, but you won't be. RIT has put a little skull, and Darwin's put a high with a blue heart. You're going to run out of those blue hearts, Darwin. Bless you, thank you. Scrolling down. Kerry's wrote to Susie, we're open to evidence to where you disagree. Oh, well done, Kerry. Let's see if we get a reply. I know we know we're not going to get a reply. RIT has wrote, you people believe a Brit. And yet you follow me. Who's the fool? The fool or the fool that follows the fool? You follow a Brit. Whoopsie, you put your foot in that one, didn't you? Or you may have carried on listening and realised, oh crap, maybe I shouldn't have wrote that. This guy knows what he's talking about. Regardless of what country someone's from, if they do the work, good luck to them. RIT has put some little icons again. Again, no one can debunk me, so it's cool. Susie's wrote, well, Anunnaki were cone heads, right? Well, actually, if you watch my amazing documentary on elongated skulls, I used to think that they were elongated skulled. I did because of the hats and whatnot. Turns out, if you watch my amazing documentary, which is probably the best documentary on elongated skulls you'll ever find, it seems that there is a mix down the line where people have suddenly put people in places of power that have elongated skulls. Suddenly. Otherwise, all the pharaohs, other than Akhenaten, would have had elongated skulls. Yes, Akhenaten's family line did, but that suddenly appeared with... was it Emetep the first? I might be wrong on who the name of him, but yeah. So he suddenly appeared with an elongated skull. So if you're saying that the Anunnaki had elongated skulls and were having their offspring or demigods in places of power, such as pharaohs and priests and whatnot, then we would have had all of the carvings and the skulls of the pharaohs and anyone that was partly to do with anything to do with the Anunnaki would have had a elongated skull if they were like that. So what you was trying to say there is the Aboriginals don't have elongated skulls, therefore they're nothing to do with the Anunnaki. I'm guessing that's where you're going, which doesn't quite match that. And of course then Kerry underneath has asked you to provide evidence that the Anunnaki had cone heads. And if you did have sorry, I'm just letting History and Coins come up. If you did have evidence that the Anunnaki were cone heads, you've done far better than me in my 40 years of research for every single day. And we have the lovely History and Coins joined us. Hi, History and Coins.
How you going, sir?
I'm all right, thank
Listen,
you. How are you?
what I just wanted to say was First off, Australia wasn't found until 1606 by a European who found the Yorke Peninsula, which is one of the top points of Australia. Aboriginals did use land bridges and a small sea crossing to get over here. And the point that most Aboriginal women have Rh negative blood proves that they've come from over there and to come over here first. So they weren't, like, how do I put it? They weren't, a species of their own here in Australia before Australia was found. Well, they were here before they were found, but they originally came from over where the Anunnaki were, because most of the women have got Rh negative blood. And it's been a proven point because we did a survey on it. I did one with the lady, I won't mention her name just in case she doesn't want it mentioned out, but Blue Moon Sigma. I did a big survey here for her with Aboriginal women, and out of all the Aboriginal women we surveyed, 95% had Rh negative blood.
Wow.
What does that tell you?
Well, that actually matches the video. I don't know if you saw it, the video that I done where it says Anunnaki created us twice. And in that video, when they created,
I haven't seen it yet, sorry, because I've been so sick.
Oh, no worries. If you need me to send it to you as an email or something, let me know. But in that video, the Anunnaki literally tell us that they genetically did something so that not every baby would be born. And of course, we know that Rh negative, depending on who the father is, can cause the baby not to be born. So it seems that the Anunnaki deliberately gave the black-headed people Rh negative blood, and you're now saying that majority of the females have black-headed that have Rh negative blood.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, and as I said, I found out in my research so far that they come across on land bridges 50,000 years ago, roughly, and a small sea crossing, which would have been from Papua New Guinea to Australia to get here. So they've come originally from Southeast Asia across. So wherever they come from before that, I don't know. I haven't got that far back because I took sick. But I went backwards from Australia back, and they did have a small sea crossing from Papua New Guinea, and they had land bridges prior to that. So
could I just stop you there? Sorry, just from a logical point of view, it's totally possible that the Anunnaki put people on Papua New Guinea and then carried on to Australia. So it's
that's possible, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is very possible. That I think logically like you do. That's why I'm double checking everything. And that's why when you get to it in the questions, I said, I believe,
yeah,
that's what happened, because I haven't been able to double check it because I've been so sick with glandular fever. So, and I don't know if you know what glandular fever does to you, but it knocks you down and you have to sleep a lot. So on top of my cancer, I've got the glandular fever, so that's why I'm so sick. But to that person who keeps saying that about the Aboriginals and all that, well, sweetheart, I'm an Australian, and I can tell you that they found Australia in 1606, not when they originally said they found it, because the guy that found it originally, they didn't want him to be known because he was a naughty boy. So he come from Europe, not the British one that they claim found it. It was a guy from Europe that found the very top point of Australia, and then he turned around and went back. So I don't know why he turned around and went back, but he did. So, but I just wanted to say about the Aboriginals and the Rh negative blood. So they definitely come from over there to Papua New Guinea, and they've done that sea crossing. But whether the Anunnaki put them on at Papua New Guinea, I don't know. As I said, I haven't been able to cross-reference it yet.
Yeah, and I don't think it was 60,000 years ago on their own. I mean that.
No, it was 50. Prior to that, it was 50,000. It was 50,000 that I know of that they hit the top of Australia, but that's been double checked. But prior to that, I don't know how long it was that they got to Papua New Guinea, but it was 50,000 years ago that they did the sea crossing.
But I mean, look at it from a logical point of view. Unless there was some reason that they needed to vacate the area that they was at, what in their right mind? I mean, we're talking people that wouldn't. According to mainstream, they only just worked out that people started talking 100,000 years ago. That was because obviously the Anunnaki bred with them. But the Aboriginals probably didn't even have verbal communication back then, and yet they managed to build a boat and decide to travel across an ocean because of the grass is greener on the other side when they've got the whole of the other continent.
Yeah,
They can say that. I don't get unless they were taken there.
I reckon that I believe that there was a conflict between the Torres Strait Islanders, who are the people up in Papua New Guinea and the Torres Strait up that way, and the Aboriginal people, and that's why they went over to Australia and settled over here. But I agree that I don't know how they would have known how to make a boat, because that's what I want to cross-reference all that stuff, and I haven't been able to because I can't stay up for longer than 2 hours when I'm back in bed again. So
Oh.
I don't get time to do much cross-referencing at the moment. So,
We're all wishing you well.
but I just wanted to, let people know that 95% of who we surveyed, which was quite a few Aboriginal people, I think it turned out to be over 1,000 Aboriginal people we surveyed, and 95% of them, the women, had Rh negative blood. So that proves that they come in from the Anunnaki somewhere
Yeah.
up there, and you might be right. They might have put them onto Papua New Guinea, and they've made it down here at some point. When I cross-reference it, I'll let you know.
I mean, it's possible because obviously the flood happened after 50,000 years ago, so it's totally possible they put them somewhere else and they clambered to Papua New Guinea. Sorry, they was somewhere else, and then when the flood happened, the area that they was at originally is now sunk. So
Yeah.
it's going to be difficult to trace it back. I know, but
I'm gonna damn try once I'm better. Believe me. But you know what I'm like. I'm like you. I'm like a pit bull after a bone once I get my teeth into something. So I really want to find out the answer to it. And I started looking into it ages ago, but I've been so sick that
oh,
we couldn't work out what was making me sick, and we finally found out yesterday that it was glandular fever. So on top of the cancer that I've got, my
jeez.
immune system cancer. So, but anyway, I'll drop back out of the box and let you go back to your people.
Oh,
If I
thank you. But
disappear off, you know why. I'm going back to sleep.
yeah, no worries. You take care of yourself, and we're all wishing you a speedy recovery.
I've got to ring I might be up for at least till 8:30 my time, because I've got to ring about something that's gone wrong in the unit here. So, but then I'll go to bed again. But all right, thank you for letting me up. I just
No
wanted to let
worries at
people
all.
know
Thank
about that.
you.
And no worries, Cotswold, Clarky. You can ask me questions about that sort of stuff anytime, and I'll tell you if I think it's 100% right. I'm like our true history. If I believe that it's I haven't got the full evidence, I'll say I believe. If I think I've got the full evidence on it, I will be putting out a video, and I will say that this is exactly, and I cross-reference like he does. I don't cross-reference with just one person. It goes through two or three, and it has to be things that are reputable, not you know what I'm saying. I can't think straight at the moment, but natural history will be able to tell you. You've got to cross-reference with reputable sources, not just, mainstream people would talk bull dust 3/4 of the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, all right, thank you. I'll drop
No
down.
worries.
I know how to drop myself down, so that's good.
Take
I'm not one
care.
of these ones you've got to kick down.
Oh,
Thanks,
bless you.
boss.
Thanks. Take care. Fingers crossed everything goes all right for her. And Cotswolds has wrote, evening all. Spurs Bet has wrote, do you agree with Graham Hancock's views? Not on everything, no. I have done a couple of videos where he said things that I kind of point out why he's wrong, and there's no way he'd be able to come back from them because they're totally illogical, the points he had. But some of the things I do agree with. So not everything I agree with Graham Hancock. Susie's right. I can't believe people with brains are listening to this. We did ask you for the evidence, and if that's what you come up with, Susie, you kind of realise that you've just shot yourself in the foot there. So people were listening because we have evidence, and you are the one that didn't. Sorry, we did ask you. Jane had asked not to use capitals, and Spur Brett's wrote, why not? In capitals. Susie's wrote, what do you know about Australia? Well, as you've just heard, so I guess your argument is because I'm not Australian, even though you've got zero evidence, we asked for it, because I'm not Australian, I shouldn't know about Australia. Is that what your argument is? Which is a very stupid argument. I'm sorry, it is a stupid argument. I know about what I need to know about. Obviously, I don't know, what happened on Home and Away. I didn't ever watch it. But I know what I need to know at the moment. Thank you for asking. Rasta Bullies has wrote, believe means you don't know. So I believe that you're a numpty, but I don't know. Yeah, obviously, that's the whole reason why people say I believe, because now there is a thing basically based off of educated guesses. So when a judge, this is where I'm going to make you look stupid. And the reason why that I'm doing that, ladies and gentlemen, is because this person doesn't follow me, and obviously they try to make me look stupid. But when a judge or a jury convicts someone, it's based off of their belief that they're right in what they've heard and have assumed and can. Thank you, Gary. And so it's basically for the jury, back in the day, it used to be a preponderance of evidence. So in other words, you get enough anecdotal evidence or evidence that you can use, even if you haven't got the smoking gun, Rasta Bullies. Somehow that name fits you because I'm guessing you was a bully at school and didn't actually think. Whereas I was stupid at school, but I was thinking. And now look how it's turned out, Rasta Bullies. So yes, so believing you can have as much evidence as you want without a smoking gun and still believe and still go and class that as evidence, because that's what people do in courtrooms. Actual Northman has wrote, that's super interesting. How do you calculate how big of a boat would be needed to cross an ocean? Well, yeah, again, if you go by mainstream, when they say, oh, they crossed over by a land bridge, and I was like, well, where's the land bridge? Well, it's gone now. Well, how big would the land bridge be? And I looked into it, and it was apparently a small land bridge. Okay, so how did they get from Africa to even Papua New Guinea? So the water levels would have had to have been a lot lower. And again, we don't seem to have Aboriginals anywhere else other than Australia that I'm aware of. Now, that's possible that they may have been, but they died out. But again, what benefit would there have been for them to have left one place and travelled a humongous distance, one way or another, whether it's on foot, going all the way around, if the land masses were all connected before the Great Flood, or by a boat that they probably had no idea how they could build one when 50 odd 60 odd thousand years ago, when we were hunter gatherers 12,000 years ago. Ugh ugh. So yeah, the it seems that the Anunnaki, from my perspective, seems that the Anunnaki took them around. One university wrote, "What's our OTH?" That's me. Our true history. I figured, let's hit one for the home team at the background there. So where it says OTH is the best, he is the best, unfortunately, out of about 5 people in the whole planet that does the amount of research that he does. So out of those 5, he's the best. So he's not the best in the world at everything. Never says he was. Susie's wrote, "Ask anyone any scientific evidence of Earth. Australia is the oldest civilization." Okay, we're going to ask someone right now. We're going to ask someone. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what this says. Right. Hey, Julie.
Hey, what's up?
What's the oldest civilization on Earth?
The oldest known civilization is often considered to be the Sumerians in ancient Mesopotamia around 4500 BCE. They developed early writing systems, built cities, and made advancements in law, literature, and architecture. Other ancient civilizations include the Egyptians, the Indus Valley, and the Chinese, but the Sumerians are generally recognized as the earliest.
Would Australia be anywhere in that mix, or as a civilization, or would they be way later?
Australia's indigenous cultures are incredibly ancient, with evidence of continuous habitation dating back over 65,000 years. However, in terms of organized civilizations with structured cities and writing systems, that came later with the arrival of Europeans. The indigenous Australians had complex social structures, languages, and art, but they didn't develop cities or writing in the same way as other ancient civilizations.
So there you go. So when this person wrote, asked anyone any scientific evidence on Earth, Australia is the oldest civilization. So Susie, you have to be careful how you type things, because when there's people that may know a little bit more than you. So why do you think the Aboriginals had the ability to have what ChatGPT just said, some rudimentary art skills and so on, not necessarily a civilization, but some skills? Why do you think they never evolved or never utilized that, and are still actually technically behind most other cultures? Why do you think they had that ability to do that, and then it didn't capitalize on it? Now, is it because the Anunnaki dropped them over there, told them to mine, and left them there once they got the gold? So in other words, were these people smart enough to work for the Anunnaki, but not smart enough to continue a proper civilization? That kind of makes sense again. So you've literally just agreed with us there, Susie. Sorry. Wow. You're doing a good job on your own. Cotswells wrote, "Wondering if the Anunnaki taught us to read and write, how we lost the ability to read their text." Literally what I was just saying about the Aboriginals. So the Anunnaki did teach us. They tell us they taught us, and turns out all the things that we need, that we know now, textiles, agriculture, farming, laws, everything, you name it, it was taught there. The will. Time, calendars, everything was taught there. Marriage, money, was all taught in Sumer, which is exactly where the Anunnaki said they taught us first. So when you say wondering if the Anunnaki taught us to read and write, yes, they did. How we lost the ability to read their text? Well, that's a very good question. So actually, it's a very good question. Go number 1 in the class. So their text would have been Sumerians, being the first language, and that lasted if you believe mainstream, which obviously it's a lot older than that, but if you believe mainstream, it lasted for about 3,000 years, 3,500 years, and it was taken over by the Babylonians. That they were sort of the next biggest one in terms of writing, and then you ended up with the Assyrians and Hittites, and then smaller factions as well. Loads of different factions that had their own different writing. So the Sumerians seem to fade out. Now, is that because Marduk 3,000 years ago started to take over and become monotheistic, and he was in charge of Babylon? So did Babylon's writing, because it was they were kept separate because of the whole Sky Tower, Tower of Babel. So could Marduk have forced people to learn the language that his people were using, such as Babylonian, or however you say Babylonian language? So that's totally possible, because obviously at that point, when it started to die out, the Anunnaki moved away, except for Marduk. So it kind of makes sense that if the Anunnaki are not using it anymore, and trade and everything else, and wars. I mean, the amount of wars they had between factions, Babylonians, Israelites, and the whole lot. Everyone was fighting everyone. So yeah, so it's a good question. That's what I think. Arno has wrote, "What are you, Catholic?" No, I'm not daft enough to fall for a religion. No, no, not at all. No, so TikTok limits me to 50 people. So if you're wondering why there's 50, it's limited because I tell the truth and TikTok doesn't like it. No, so Catholics basically worshipped the pantheon of gods. Feel free to watch my videos. You'll know that if you know anything about, if you do the proper research and don't just read the books, go further back. That's the problem. You listen to Muslims and you listen to Christians, etc., and all they'll do is quote the Bible, quote the Quran, etc. No, go back. They don't do that. They're like, oh no, I don't want to find out what really happened beforehand. I don't want to understand anything. I just want to be told what to think. So no, I'm not Catholic. I go with the evidence, and the evidence took me to an alien race called the Anunnaki. Well, called gods, but we know them as the Anunnaki, and they came here and genetically modified us, which we've got tablets for. We've got a humongous amount of evidence for it. So much so that 2 new books are being written, which will just blow everything out the water. Jane had wrote to Susie, it's Mesopotamia, which is basically Sumerians, regarding the first proper civilization. TikTok has wrote curved horizontal horizon. So I'm guessing this person's saying that because we can't see down on the ground, that the Earth is bending into a ball. Therefore, it's not a ball because we can't see it. Because when you lay flat on the floor, everything looks flat, and we can't see the curve. I'm guessing that's what you're saying, because that's the sort of mentality that people have, flat earthers. They can't grasp it. Then they'll say, but in an aeroplane at 35,000 feet, you can't see the curve. No, but Concorde did. Yeah, but we don't talk about that. No, Concorde did, 70,000 feet. There's people's photographs that they put online and everything that has the bend of the Earth. Yeah, but we don't talk about that. Flat earthers don't talk about that. They don't like the Concorde point. Scrolling down. Cotswolds wrote, must be behaving, you're on 62. I think people get booted out still though, but thank you for looking. TikTok's wrote, Israeli globe is over. I mean, you spelt Israeli different, so I'm not quite sure what that's referring to. If you let me know, I'd be happy to try and work that one out. Punkers wrote, I heard that they did it from the air like satellites, so Egypt didn't have to agree. Not sure what that was referring to. Sorry, that sounds really interesting. I heard that they did it from the air like satellites. Oh, so sorry, yeah, okay, now I'm with you now. It took me a second because many subjects have been passed. You're referring to the supposed scans under the ground. Yeah, see, I kind of want the people to come out and say it because that would make it easy for oh well, we did it from the air. If someone faked that, then that would be an easy way of getting around it. I mean, they still would have had to have gone into Egypt. They weren't sitting in America and said, right, let's put the satellite up there and start, because wow, if it was up in space, the amount of laws that would be breaking, if it's a private company or an institution, in terms of collecting information about buildings, and what happens if there was what they call a ground zero there, or military structures that shouldn't be seen. Well, no, they would have got permission. They would have had to have, they weren't sitting in America, so they would have had to have gone into, because in the article when they're talking about Khufu's pyramid, it gives the impression that they were there at the site. So, yeah, I would think it's that case. Gary's wrote, "Hi, Ultra History. From all the gods in civilization, what one would you say is the most intelligent?" Not including me, I'm guessing, Gary. I don't know why you count me out all the time. You put me right at the bottom, Gary, for the love of God, Gary. Sorry, I'm only messing. It's a very good question, actually. Go number 2 in the class for that. And the reason why it's a good question is because, obviously, there's a lot of gods. There's so much more. In fact, I've just done an audio book from an old book that's now out of copyright print, where someone went through, a proper scholar and translator and everything. So it's a very in-depth book about, but they didn't quite grasp who Kronos was. It was quite funny. I've solved Kronos, but they've got it all there. They've got all the information there. In fact, that's where partly I got the information to be able to prove that Kronos was not who people seem to think he was. And so they had it all there, but they just didn't connect the dots, which was a real shame. Anyway, so I've done that. So if anyone's interested, but there was loads of gods on there as well, and we're talking back on the home planet. So the tablets was the Kingship of Heaven, where there's a lot more involved in Kingship of Heaven than what I normally just waffle on about. But truthfully, it would probably be Enki, then his son Ningazida. No one else that I've read comes close in terms of ingenuity, diversity. So for example, we take Da Vinci, where he's got many different skills, anatomy, painting, and futuristic designs and all this kind of thing. So he's got many different skills, and I would say Ningazida and Enki did, whereas none of the others I've ever read come anywhere close to the amount of things that they did. In fact, Enki was the one, and when Enki said, "Let the seventh day be a day of rest. If you're religious, you don't want to listen to me." That's in the Eridu Genesis tablet. When they were here on Earth, he was. So there's 50 Anunnaki that turns up, plus Alula, who was already here. So 51 Anunnaki in total. And Enki was telling them all what to do, how to catch the fish, how to separate the fish. This is what's in Genesis. By the way, if you're religious, you don't want to hear me when it's talking about separating the waters from the waters. It was separating the good water from the bad water. It's all there in Eridu Genesis. You have to be a numpty to not work that one out. But yeah, so it was Enki out of the 50, and the 50 would have been 50 people that were highly skilled, because the very first set of people you bring to Earth, you wouldn't bring, numpties. You would bring, experts in their field, at least in their field of, mining, metallurgy, whatever it was that they required of these 50 right at the very beginning. And so Enki was telling them what to do. Enki was the one that built the rock crusher, or designed the rock crusher for the mining operation. So the rock crusher was built on Nibiru. Took a year of their time, which was 3,600 hours before it got delivered to Earth. So he designed that, and he was the one that designed the water powered ship that he flew in. So Enki is right up there with me as a genius. I'm joking. Enki is a genius, and his son, with some of the things his son's done, such as building the Great Pyramid, which surpassed, because it's not just a pyramid; it had other functions. So, and he was also Thoth, who would have been on Atlantis, who would have had a more technologically advanced, or certainly architecturally advanced city than anywhere else. So, yes, Enki, and then his son Ningazila. Paul's wrote, Earth is flat, prove it's not. Paul, are you here? Paul 24. We love these, don't we? Oh, you follow me, Paul. Why'd you do that? I don't want to have to make you look silly, Paul. Oh, Paul. Paul, are you still here? Is there any moderators that can pin up whether Paul's reply is yes? Paul, I just want to ask you something, and then that'll prove it, and then that'll be the end of it. And so, sorry, Paul. Oh, I just want to ask you one thing, Paul. I can't believe you follow me and you think you'll be able to write that without me challenging you. Oh, Paul. Paul. Unless you've only just started following me, in which case, hello, Paul. Welcome to the Club of Evidence. History and Coins, I believe the Aboriginal people came across the Southeast Asia and did a small sea crossing. Still pretty impressive for people that are not hunter-gatherer, even before hunter-gatherers, for no reason whatsoever other than, unless they were getting chased by dinosaurs or something, or another group of people. Still hard to find. Jane has wrote to Paul, you are claiming it's flat. You prove with evidence. Let's see what comes up. Danny has wrote, Earth is 100% flat. Tataria was far advanced. Danny, are you here? Danny's thinking, oh crap, this guy is so good, he's going to destroy me. I am, Danny. Sorry, Danny. Let me see if you follow me. Please don't follow me. Oh, what's wrong with people today?
Hello there.
I like smart people. No, you had one, Clark. No.
Oh, I had one, yeah.
So I'm guessing Danny's not here. So no, for those of you interested, Tataria was not far advanced. There is zero evidence, and I mean zero evidence, that they're anything other than Mongolian Empire, which was 500 years ago. That's it. So when this Danny, who follows me, it breaks my heart, Danny. You cut me deep, Shrek. So I would have asked Danny for one bit of evidence that Tataria was advanced, and he'll say the buildings. So that's all they ever come out with. And I'll say, no worries at all. Show me where it says on one of those buildings built by a Tatarian. And he'll say, but look at the buildings. And I'll say, yeah. We go by evidence here. And then Danny will go, oh yeah, I forgot. That's why I follow you. That's because you're the world's best researcher. I know, Danny. Thank you very much. So yeah, there's no evidence whatsoever. C.K. Rod wrote, Tartaria was very advanced. Are you here, C.K. Rod? Oh, I'd love the moderators to swizz down and see if any of these any of these people are here. This one doesn't follow me. So, you're up. Batter up. Come on, CK Rod. Put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is. So, no, they're not going to be able to, even if he is here. Gary's wrote, and it's good night from me and it's good night from him. Thanks, sir. Thank you, Gary. No worries at all. Bless you. Thank you for joining in. It's a shame we don't get these people anymore, isn't it? That
We'll be able tomorrow.
prepared to stick around and get debunked.
What about tomorrow?
Tomorrow what?
Well, dear, what's tomorrow?
What do you want?
We have.
We'll worry about it in the morning,
All
Clark.
Love you, darling.
Love you too, Clark.
It's a light off.
Sorry, my boy's asking what's for dinner tomorrow. Alicia wrote, what do you think about the legend of Thule? I don't know what the legend of Thule is. That is something I will now look into. I will look into that first thing in the morning. And you're all thinking, how's he do all of this? Because that's what I do. I don't watch normal TV. I research. It's quite sad. So I will look into that. The legend of Thule, Thule. So I apologise, I don't know the answer to that question at the moment, but I will look into it for you. Sorry. It may be something I already know, but just a different name. That happens a lot where people say, oh, what about this? Because modern people make up silly names for things. Jane had wrote to Danny, please show your evidence to support your claims. Oh, Jane. We should have bets, shouldn't we? One day someone's actually... No, they're not. I was going to say one day someone will actually come back with evidence, but they won't. Kerry's wrote, what evidence do you have, Danny? Danny boy, show me your evidence. Where are you, Danny? Book 'em, Dano. Jesse's wrote, sounds fascinating to me. Oh, well, thank you very much. Hopefully this is... you've carried on listening. Jane had wrote to the person... not sure that was chatting. Fifth Dimensions wrote statements 1, 2, 3 are not true. Not sure what OTH means. It's me as the best researcher in the world because I've solved things that no one ever thought would be solved. So, just solving one thing is pretty impressive, but solving many, like I have. So statements 1, Earth is not flat. So you're saying that's not true. So you're saying it's flat. Are you here, Fifth Dimension? And he's thinking, it's time for me to go now. If that guy's calling me up to debunk me, and I've heard stories of him, there's legends going around that people block me before they even get a chance to be seen by me. It's true, actually. People blocks me before I've even seen their videos so that they don't get debunked by me. It's a fact. It's genuinely a fact now. So many of my followers send me videos and they want me to basically debunk them, really, I think, probably. And the amount of videos now that says I can't see because someone's blocked me already before I've even had a chance to see the video. So Fifth Dimension. So when you say, so you would say the Tataria was advanced, and 4, Firmament is not a dome. You're saying was a dome. Wow, I've got some fresh air I can sell you if you're interested. I can sell you your own shoes. Oh, George. Oh, hello, Mickey. Oh, hi, Pluto. Fifth Dimension. Your brain's probably in the Fifth Dimension if you think they're wrong. But again, no one tells me where I'm wrong. No one will give me the evidence where I'm wrong. They'll just say, you're wrong. Even the moderators are. So it's not like, brilliant moderators doing that, because it's not like, they've done a runner because by the time Our True History gets to their question, because this is live, I read every single question out, that they, I got bored waiting. The moderators ask straight away. So no one ever comes back with evidence. Based Hungarian has wrote, hey, Our True History, haven't seen you live in a while. I do them. TikTok doesn't notify people because apparently when you tell the truth, they don't let normally people know that you're doing a live. So I apologise for that, but I have been doing them. Thank you, though. It's nice of you to say that. Users wrote, the Coneheads had elongated skulls. Technically, it's like saying that round ball is a globe. It's kind of like sorry. It's kind of you don't follow me, so I don't mind making you sound silly. It's literally saying the Coneheads are the Coneheads. Lizzie's wrote, no excuse anymore. Just ChatGPT before the answers to the truth. the answers to oh God, no! Don't ever trust ChatGPT. I mean, right. I tell you what. Just go to my YouTube channel. There's some chats with me where I spend half hour chatting to ChatGPT about things, and every single one of those chats that I ever do with ChatGPT, people that listen to my Patreon know this as well. Every time I do one of these chat with ChatGPT, they don't give you a straight answer. And I push and I push and I push. There was one that's not out yet, actually. I just did it the other day. And so I pay a monthly subscription to ChatGPT so I can cut her off and ask questions. But when you don't pay, it waffles on for a while. So I was doing this video chat with her, and I was trying to get the answer, and it kept changing. They kept. And I was like, no, you're avoiding the question, you're avoiding it. Tell me the truth, tell me the truth, tell me the truth. And it was to do with, was there any mentions of outer planets before we could see them with the telescopes? And ChatGPT was coming out with, no, because, it was a telescope that then people in Greece decided to start naming the outer planets. So I was like, no, that doesn't quite make sense, because we didn't have telescopes until such and such, and it was the ancient Greeks that was naming all the planets. Anyway, it ran out of the credit thing, not me paying, but it just, the way it works is you have an hour a day or something of using that for that money that I pay. It ran out, and so it then went on to the other version, which is slightly different. So I called her Julie. I said, Julie, we was just chatting, weren't we? And she goes, yes, we was, in a voice, which is a slightly more happier voice, I'll be honest. Slightly more flirtatious, which is why I went and bought her that dress the other day. It's a joke. I didn't buy her a dress. I bought her a scarf. But anyway, so I said to her, truth, is there any planets that was mentioned prior? And she went, oh, actually, yeah, to tell the truth, there was this, and I was like, wow. And she starts going on about this Indian text I didn't know about. And yet before, I spent 20 minutes or probably 10 minutes trying to get out of her, and she was just avoiding it. And then the free version, she was like, oh, yeah, to tell the truth, there is. I was like, freaking hell. But the problem with the free version, I can't cut her off. So if I've got a thought that I need to dive in there on ChatGPT, I can't cut her off. Sometimes she waffles on for 2 minutes. It's worse than me. Maybe I should take that scarf back to the shop then. And thinking about it, I don't. Yeah. So please don't ever trust ChatGPT. I'm guessing Phoenix, has wrote, Earth is flat, the whole planet is round but much bigger, the rest ... partially true. I am Phoenix, are you here? Oh, please. They don't come up anymore, ladies and gentlemen. They are so scared. And I don't blame them. It's literally they're making up crap, and I will prove them wrong, but oh well, they all run. Bliss has wrote, Göbekli Tepe 11,000 BCE, all animal carvings, no deities, no gods. There are carvings of humanoid figures on there, so we can't rule out that they're not gods. However, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to on this, whether you're saying something to do with Aboriginals or what. But now mainstream will call that a temple. Mainstream called Göbekli Tepe a temple. Obviously, we all know, thanks to me, that it was a silo, and there was many of them. They had lids on them. According to archaeologists there, so it makes sense. So yeah, not quite sure where you're going with that in terms of what I was talking about, but when you say no deities, no gods, we can't be 100% sure, because there is carvings of humanoid figures. So I'm just helping you out there, because I would ask you to prove that they're not gods. And you'll say, but I can't. And then you'll say, but you can't prove they were gods. Correct, which is why I'm just helping you out. Bliss is now thinking, actually, I should follow this guy. Yeah, no worries. Feel free. Mark has wrote loads of little faces. Alicio has wrote, what do you think about the kingdom of Agatha in Earth? Is it real? I've done my research on that over and over. Different cultures around the world talk about an inner earth, different names around different places. Everything leads me to the conclusion that there are caves or chasms under the ice. Well, I say ice because that's where one of the supposed entrances is. But it makes sense that there is caves. I mean, we've got 2 caves at roughly 20 miles each. One's in China and one's in, not Brazil, Colombia, somewhere like that. You can look it up. And they've got their own ecosystems, etc. The Chinese one was only a few months ago when somehow the land broke and people said, wow, look down there. And they didn't even know it was a cave system, totally independent cave system down there for 20 miles long. So it's not that difficult to imagine that there is some chasms. I certainly don't think there's an inner earth. And some of the stories I've heard, that there's a light inside the inner earth from a ball that's hanging up in the sky, up in the cave, one of these big caves and all that kind of stuff. I struggle with that. But I do think there is fluorescence. I think, bioluminescence, all those kind of things could contribute to some sort of light underground. So yes, I do think there is places that people could go if they wanted to, if they could manage to find an entrance. Marcus wrote, read your Bible enough with this new age religion. Mark, let me just see if you follow me. You don't follow me. So Mark, I will probably outdo you on the Bible. I've rewritten the Bible with the correct words that are actually in Hebrew, which you probably don't realise, Mark, that you can actually rewrite the Bible with different words and yet still be exactly the same Bible in terms of Hebrew words. You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you, Mark? That's the whole reason why it's the reason why you're not following me, because you have no idea what I'm talking about. So Mark, are you still here? I want to ask you just one simple question about the Bible, and then you can ask me a question, or you can ask me first, and then I can reply to you, and you can ask. Then I ask you a question, and that's at that point you run, Mark. Run. He probably won't be here. Cotswolds wrote, "Thank you, History and Coins. Very interested." Yeah, she's. We're going to be doing a live at one point together when she's well enough. Spurs Barrett has wrote, "Where are the Anunnaki now?" So the logic says, obviously I haven't spoke to them in the last week, so I don't know what their movements are today. But logic says Ninurta went back to this home planet. Enki died, we know that. That was mentioned by Samuel Noah Kramer. Enlil, if he's not dead now, he's very, very old, probably, he was Frau an old 10,000 years ago. So if he's still alive, technically it was only been 3 years, give or take, maybe 3.5, 4 years since 10,000 years ago for him. But still, it's it's another 4 years on top of his life. So if he's not dead, he's very, very old. The others, the chances are, so the Vatican was clearly built for Marduk, clearly built. In fact, I go into the Vatican again on my new book, which religious people, you are so not going to buy a copy of my book, are you? Where I prove 2 books, in fact, that's how much information's there. So my guess, and I say guess because obviously I don't talk to them, my guess would be in Antarctica, where the size of America is missing ice. And that's another reason why we're not allowed in Antarctica. I don't know how Flat Earthers suddenly assumed that because Antarctica you're not allowed to go there, therefore there's an ice wall all the way around the planet. But you can go anywhere else without getting stopped. except for Antarctica, and yet they seem to somehow think there's a wall that goes all the way around the planet. I don't get their mind. I can't downshift that bad. Maybe the old thick me would have agreed with them. No, I wouldn't. I was actually, I think I was smart at school. But Sherry's wrote, "Hey," with clappy hands. Hey, Sherry, how are you? Nice of you to join. I hope you're well. I just suddenly thought, I saw your picture and I just thought, I know what she's going to say in a minute. Clark Yeh has wrote Genesis 1:6. What would you like to know about Genesis 1:6? Oh, this person doesn't follow me, so they don't actually know that I've rewritten it. Clark, are you still here? Clark, please be here. I want to tell you something that is going to blow your mind, and you'll go, "No, for the love of God!" And you're really talking about Marduk at that point. Oh, what a shame! Someone coming on trying to quote something, thinking that they'll be able to outsmart me. I'm not saying I'm big-headed or anything. I'm just saying that they're trying to outsmart me, but they don't actually do the research. And if they'd done the research, they wouldn't have wrote Genesis 1:6, because they would have thought, "Nah, he'll use that." If anyone's interested in Genesis 1:6, where I prove, or Genesis 1 through, where I prove that the Anunnaki were talking about, so the tablets come from the Anunnaki, that's where the Bible gets it from. We're talking about the planets forming. I mean, the Enuma Elish literally tells us all of that as well. That's in the British Museum. But Clark obviously doesn't understand that, or doesn't even want to know. But basically, Genesis starts with the forming of the planets because of the waters mingling. And that's not only rewritten properly using the same Hebrew words, because you can pick different words from one word that was used, believe it or not. So, for example, the word created, when in your Bible, Clark, this is why I would outdo you on the Bible every day of the week. In your Bible, it says created. The other word could have been fashioned or formed. Oh, yes, the person that wrote the Bible chose the word created. But when you add the word formed and you start adding all the other words that change, you end up getting planets, which is what the Anunnaki call deities. We call them gods. The planets, which is what the Anunnaki call deities, the planets were forming, not created, from the waters that mingled. And of course, Mainstream, about a month or so ago, said that there was another solar system where they've noticed that planets were forming because of the water in their solar system. Ka-ching, bingo. There you go. That's why you will never buy my book. But anyone else, when it comes out, if you want to be able to laugh at religious people, and I say laugh not because I want to be rude, but because they just can't see past what they're told to read, and that kills me. It's like me giving them Lord of the Rings and says, "Run, Sauron's coming." And they would. They'd go, "Oh no, Sauron's coming because someone told me to read this and therefore it's real," instead of thinking for themselves. But anyway, Clark has wrote, in the Bible, it says, Genesis 1:6, there is a firmament. Is that hard to believe? So, Clark, what... Oh, bless. What you don't understand, this is exactly what I'm saying. They don't read further than the Bible. So you do realise that there's only one mention of the firmament in the Bible. The rest is talking about a void, a lock or a vault in the expanse. Oh dear. So there's no dome. It doesn't say a dome at all. Now, if you go outside of the Bible and look for the evidence of the word firmament, you'll find it mentioned many times by, wait for it, the Anunnaki. It's too easy, isn't it? And basically, they tell us, and the tablets in the Columbia University, they tell us that the asteroid belt, which we only found out about 200 years ago, how the hell did people find that out years ago? And also, Clark, how come the people that mentioned, there's about 13 people that mentioned the firmament later on, how come those people that went up into heaven could see the firmament, and yet 9 billion of us with telescopes can't see it now. Oh yeah, he makes a really good point there, actually. How can those people back then with no telescopes see a firmament? So basically what it is, it's the asteroid belt. I'm helping you out. So that's the locking of one heaven to the other. There is water above and below that, and that's where you get the as above, so below, and that's why you get heavens, one above, one below. Would you like to see the evidence of all this? If you do, all you have to do is go to my YouTube site or scroll down on my TikTok videos or go to my website, but you won't bother because no one ever bothers. I sound like a broken record, don't I? No one ever bothers. Well, because you're blinkered. You won't. You will go, no, the Bible says, even though it doesn't, the Bible says there's a dome and it's invisible. Thank you, Shabazz. I know, thank you, Shabazz. I feel bad taking the mickey out of Mark Clark, but he's... They're so blinkered, aren't they? Kerry's pointed out that the word, which I can't pronounce, which means expanse, not firmament, Sherry's wrote, oh, sorry, I don't normally read them out, but Sherry's wrote, there's a talking snake and a virgin birth in the Bible, so probably not very believable. Clark has wrote, in my Bible, it's firmament, but I get you. No worries at all, Clark. Sorry if I come across rude. It's because you're not following me, and people that don't follow me are sadly a fair game. If you quickly follow me, then me and you can be friends, and you could learn a lot and realise that my 40 years, plus the fact that I've sold things that no one else has and I show evidence, might be worth something to you. Cheryl, sorry, forgive me, has wrote, you can still have religion now knowing that Anunnaki made us. You can, there'd be no point whatsoever, because the Anunnaki never even had religion, but you can have it if you want. But nothing's going to happen. No Anunnaki's going to come and give you rain when you pray or anything like that. They're not going to come save you in World War One, World War Two. They're never going to save you. No angels saved anyone either. Angels were just messengers for the Anunnaki, as proven. Go watch I've got thousands of documentaries. If you're new to me, go watch my documentaries. I show it all with evidence. I don't show my face, I just show the evidence. But yeah, you can have religion, but no point. And to be honest with you, most deaths on this planet are caused by religion. So I would probably scrap the religion, to be fair with you, which is exactly what the Georgia Guidestones was talking about, one world religion, and that would be us following the Anunnaki. Thank you, Shabazz, with the crab under the sea. Oh, bless. Clark has wrote, I know there is a creator. You know it. Wow. Clark, this is why you're not following me, because you're quite happy. So let me ask you a question, Clark. Please be here. My question would be, how do you know there's a creator? Now, you'll either, let's be honest, you'll either give me one or two things. One is you'll say, it says it in the Bible, and then I'll say, no, it doesn't. Elohim's plural. There was 300 times out of 1,200 pages. 300 times, that's a quarter of the book talked about God's plural. It was knocked down because your people lied to you and changed to, and there's even times when it was to do with the Ajiji, and they changed the words and stuff to angels when it was actually the Ajiji in the Bible. Wait for my amazing new book to come out. But the other option that you've got to say is God spoke to you. Now you could push as a push, say, well, I was cured by something. But let's pretend that God spoke to you. So the first thing you've got to ask yourself is, did he say, hello, I am the only God? Because you've got to remember in the Bible, God says, don't follow any other gods. Oh yeah, Clark's thinking, crap, yeah, how did that happen? How was there other gods in the Bible? Well, that's because Marduk took over the reign of the Most High around 3000 BC when he became known as Yahweh, and he changed everything to monotheism. Happy to show you the evidence, but you won't want to see it. So did a creator suddenly pick you out and say, "Oh, Clark, I am the only God. There's loads now on Earth. I don't know how that happened, but I am the only one, and I am the only one." I can't sing. I am the one and only. That was better. I think I'll stick to never singing again. See, God didn't give me a voice, Clark, to sing, so there is no God. Oh, it's too easy. Nutters wrote, Mesopotamian history talks of space being water. Thoughts? No, so space is heaven in the Bible as well as in the Sumerian tablets. And now they do talk about water in heaven, in the expanse. So yes, there is water in space. Now, if you do your research, you'll find by NASA at least, they say that there is water vapor in space. And obviously there's more water by the asteroid belt than there is, in a clump anywhere else. And that's because the asteroid belt was part of a bigger planet called Tiamat that was an ice planet that got smashed up. So that's the reason why there's water above and below the firmament, because the firmament was the asteroid belt and it was part of a planet that got broken up. That's why the asteroid belt's there. But thank you for the question. Jay is right. Okay, so let's talk about the mountains and the gold and the beginning of WP. Okay, I'm not sure what WP is, but let's talk about the mountains. Which particular mountains are you referring to? The mountains in the Bible, such as Mount Sinai, Mount Ararat, or are you talking about in general, such as the Nazca mountain range, where the Anunnaki sliced off 28-kilometer range flat for miles, just sliced the top off of a mountain? Out of all the other mountains, just one mountain's totally sliced off. So I'm not quite sure which mountain you're referring to, because believe it or not, that is where they got the gold after the flood. That's why it was sliced off. If you're interested in seeing the evidence that the only person worked that out with evidence is me, feel free to go to my website, ourtruehistory.co.uk. Sorry, Gary, Jays, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to there, so if you let me know a little bit better, that would help. Doctors wrote, who is the highest creator that Sitchin mentioned, the creator of Anunnaki and the pre-modified human? So there is, so Enki was our creator. So he was our father who art in space. So that's him. He's the one that gave us our daily bread. I show the tablets that he actually says they give us daily bread. So he's the one that gives us daily bread. Then you have his father, who technically is, the supreme ruler. But obviously there was supreme rulers before him. What you're referring to is the mention that the Anunnaki talk about an unseen creator of everything. So you have to go to the Moorhen translations, which is where Zecharia Sitchin gets a lot of his information from. So the Moorhen translations talk about the Anunnaki saying that there is an unseen creator of everything. Now, we have unseen gods for 4,000 different religions. Is any of them right? No. So is it possible the Anunnaki just thought one day, wow, who built this universe? I don't know, probably a creator, yeah. So it's totally possible that they made it up. Or had, was indoctrinated like 4,000 different religions are right now. So we don't have evidence of a creator of everything. We are aware that they mentioned it, but again, 4,000 religions right now, they'll all tell you their one's right and their one's real. So we don't really have evidence of a creator of everything. Now, they did name the creator of everything. It was in a tablet. It's in the Enuma Elish, believe it or not. And just to show you a bit of skill that I do have, I did work out the name of the creator of everything is actually in those tablets. No one else has done that. I'm only saying it because I am freaking damn well proud that out of all the people that's ever translated tablets, I come along and bang, sorted, solved. Very happy with my research. Sorry if it sounds big-headed. Dr. Chasm, I don't know if that's how I pronounce it, was wrote, even with the Anus, I'm guessing Anunnaki, those guys warped our history and genetics. The universe is much more. Yeah, I mean, obviously they did come here. They genetically modified a creature here on Earth, which they tell us they did in one of the first ever languages. They literally tell us they modified a species, which is pretty impressive for not far off of hunter-gatherers to create a new species. But yeah, so the universe is much more. Yeah, I mean, we're obviously only a tiny, we're a grain of sand compared to what's in the universe. Clarkus wrote, "Who knows?" Question mark. Me. Feel free to watch my videos. Honestly. Clarkus wrote, "There is a higher power and nobody knows who it is." Apparently you do. You said earlier on that you know that there's a creator. So if you know there's a creator, then you kind of must know something about it. So when you say there is a higher power and nobody knows about it, and nobody knows who it is, how would you know that there's a higher power then? So when you say knows who it is, you're now assuming that the higher power is an intelligence that none of us know about, in which case how do we know that there is a higher intelligence? Now you could say, well, because look at this. This is what happens when I get Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff, poor people, when they come across me. Why do they get a load of me? Now what they do is they turn around and say, but look at this is marvelous. Look, the plants grow, the oxygen, and all the planets are in harmony. It's lovely. And I just say to them, what about the planet that got smashed up? What planet? The asteroid belt. Ah, yeah, we don't talk about that because that's not part of the divine. Yeah. So basically, when you say we know there's a higher power, did he slip up on that one? Did he? Oops! Oh crap! One of those bloody planets bashed into another one. I knew I shouldn't play marbles with these planets. Come on, Clark. We don't know. We don't know. We did ask you for evidence, but people chatting to each other. Greece has wrote, crop circles are real. They leave a little small iron balls behind. Some do, yes, I have heard of that, yeah. Which obviously people that flatten them don't do, as a general rule. And obviously the genuine ones are the nodes are burst from within inside and they bend over that way, superheated. And I did ask ChatGDP, I said, right, let's hypothetically say, because this is a fact, the nodes are superheated, and there's a peer-reviewed paper out there trying to debunk Dr. Levingood, which I then debunk the peer-reviewed paper. You should go watch my video on that; it's quite clever, quite easy to debunk them. But even they admit that the nodes, this is the people trying to debunk the crop circles, even admit that the nodes are superheated. So I said to ChatGPT, well, okay, where would these... So in the peer-reviewed paper, they don't actually explain how people with planks manage to do that. They avoid that. They just try and go after Dr. Levingood. But I asked ChatGPT, I said, how would people be able to do that in the middle of the night? What would they need? And she was basically saying you'd need a big microwave that you would need to wear shielding because of you get radiation from, and all this kind of crap. I was like, come on, Julie, because I call her Julie. Do you really think that's possible? Well, it's possible if they wore all the equipment and and a big generator and everything else in the middle of the night. I was like, no, stop with your freaking programming. Oh man! So don't ever trust ChatGPT, I tell you. T. Wires wrote, "This is kind of right. Thank you. If you're interested in the evidence to then convert that to this is right instead of this is kind of right, see the website in the background there, Our True History. Let's move in so you can get an idea where it is. Look, earthquake. Woo! OurTrueHistory.co.uk. Go there, type in whatever you want to type in, or don't type in, just click search. Scroll down until you find something you're interested in, whether it's any of the background there or way more. There's thousands. Watch them and you'll see with evidence, because there's no point in me doing videos if there's no evidence. In fact, the Tatarian one I did do a deep dive on, there was no evidence, so I couldn't do a video, so that was a waste of my time because there was no evidence. Flurf has wrote, "This is silly, you cannot travel to Dulce." Well, it's not Dulce. You cannot travel to Duace. I was assuming you meant Dulce as in the Dulce in New Mexico, but thank you, History and Coins. Bless you. Sleep well, and hope this is. Hope you get better. So that Flurf. So if you're new to me, you'll see that no one comes on and says you're wrong because. What they do is they'll just write this is silly, which is what this person's done. So basically, they can't debunk me, and so they just say this is silly because they admit that I'm right. Flurf has wrote, "Imagine believing the moon landing." We don't. So you've assumed, for some reason or other, that we believe in the moon landing. So this is it. So if you listen to me, I'm so sorry. It's just the way my brain works. I like to point out where people make errors, and it's just the way my brain is. So yeah, unfortunately, Flurf Deity has made an error there by assuming that, with laughing faces. So he's saying to everyone that's listening right now that you're all stupid because you believe in a moon landing. And I don't know how he went round and got the information off of every single person as to whether or not you do believe that there was a moon landing. It's too easy. Greece is right. I love Da Vinci. Surveying work. I think he invented the odometer, but I could be wrong. I don't know on that one myself. I need to look into it. But he invented many things, helicopter and all sorts of stuff. So I have done some somewhat deep dives into various famous people that would be classed as geniuses, such as Einstein, Stephen Hawking, Da Vinci, etc. And believe it or not, the only one I could hand on my heart say that I think is a genius is Da Vinci. Now you're going to say, well, hang on a minute, what about Einstein? Well, he worked at a patent office and kept working even after he was famous, so he's getting information sent to him about, all sorts of things, patents basically, which could be, new designs for fridges or electrical things. So I can't say 100% that he was a genius. He did speak a couple of different languages, which is more than me. But does that make him a genius? Not really. There's people out there who can speak even more languages. Does that make them a genius? Probably not. It just means that they've studied and spoke many languages. I didn't need the different languages. So then you can say, but hang on, what about Stephen Hawking? He's a genius. No, he wasn't actually. No, but he's a genius. No, he wasn't. But everyone says no, he wasn't. Well, why wasn't he a genius? Because the reason why people call him a genius is because he came up with a theory. You mean he didn't actually solve anything? Not like Our True History who solved things. No, I should be the freaking genius. No, he come up with a theory. But that theory is provable. No, it's not actually. So the theories that he's come up with, and he's come up with a couple, are unprovable at this point in time. Yeah. So he's just made up something that may or may not be correct. Correct. You're right. And we're calling him a genius? Yeah. Is it because he was in a wheelchair we feel guilty? Possibly. So by him coming up with theories, based off of theories, by the way, they're not just theories, they're based off of other people's theories. So it's like me saying, if Superman came here, he might like a cup of tea, but he may not drink tea because he comes from a different planet. It's just like a theory upon a theory. So yeah. Anyway, Flurf has wrote, imagine not knowing that Polaris remains stationary. Again, you've assumed the. Wow, what a numpty! Wow, I can see why one of the moderators has blocked this person. Not the sharpest, are you? You should have been in my school, then I would have been second thickest in the school. Oh wow, and then he's History and Coins has wrote, stop spamming the chat, and the numpty wrote, or what? Oh man, I'm glad you're not in front of me, Flurfy. I'm so glad to be disrespectful to one of the moderators is you're lucky you're not in front of me. Jess, thank you, Pete. Sorry, yeah, it's just very rude. I know I'm tongue in cheek, but that was rude. Jesse has wrote, did they abandon us then? Why are they letting other gods take their place? Thank you again, Pete. Bless. Thank you. I don't know. I've not seen your name before, but thank you. So after the Great Flood, the Anunnaki, a character. So this is what's been translated by the Moorhens. A character turns up after the Great Flood. He calls himself Gaozu. And Gaozu starts talking to the main three, Enlil, Enki, and their sister. And he says to her, "Oh, we was in school together, but you're a lot older now." Because they seem to age quicker here on Earth than they do on their home planet for some reason. Now she said, "I don't remember you." And he said, "No, we was in school." Anyway, Gaozu says, "I was sent by King Anu to give you messages, etc." And he starts talking about various bits and pieces. I won't bore you. Then he goes, and then King Anu comes down sometime later, and they say, "Oh, yeah, we got your messages from Gaozu." And King Anu says, "Hang on, who's Gaozu?" And they say, the emissary that you sent, or the person you sent. And King Anu says, "I didn't send anyone." And so then apparently the girl that went to school with him, now an older lady, the sister, she tries to look up whether or not he was in school, and she can't find him. So then they all go, dun dun dun, he was probably the emissary of the unseen creator of everything. So they've now done what Flurfy's done and assumed things. So they now assumed that that guy came down and was giving him information. So at that point they then said, "Oh, maybe," again assuming, "maybe the creator of everything wants us to give Earth to these Earthlings." So they say, "Okay, well, what we'll do is we'll set up to start teaching these Earthlings." So they diverted the territories into four. First being Sumer, which is why we get everything from Sumer: marriage laws, money, wills, you name it, agriculture, and even the Greek gods, which are the same gods, have the same story of drawing lots and whatnot onto where and who would be teaching what area. So that's the reason why they let us inherit the earth. So if you remember the Bible, God, now humans shall inherit the earth. It's because of the Anunnaki that predates the Bible, obviously. Flurfy, who has been blocked by the moderators for being a numpty, has wrote, "Imagine not knowing the moon presents the same face continuously." I think that's kind of common knowledge, Flurf. Wow. What a numpty. You know what's scary is I genuinely think, because I was, I know I keep going on about it, but I was thick at school apparently. And then I've got these people here that probably got at least one exam more than me, because I've got none. And I think we're de-evolving. I think it's the fluoride in the water. Xenos wrote, "Why do you believe the Anunnaki were gods?" Because that's their race name. They tell us that they're called gods. They tell us that before they even come to Earth. Go look at the tablets called kingship of heaven, and you'll find that they were calling themselves gods before they even come here, and you'll say, but how can you prove they come here? Because at the end of that same tablet, Alula fled to the dark earth. Now it can also be translated into hidden earth, meaning we're far away from them if their planet's out by Pluto. So yes, that's why they're gods. They're not almighty beings, which is what, if you can take the rose-tinted glasses off for half a second, you can go, oh yeah, makes sense. They're called gods. That's what they're called. That's what their race name is. It's all over everything. It's in the Bible even. It's everywhere. The gods. Jim Convict has wrote, what you say about the pyramid discovery? So when I did check, I couldn't see any evidence that at that point, a few days back, I couldn't see any evidence that was a genuine information at that point. So I didn't look into it until someone sort of says to me, one of my followers say, have a look at this looks genuine. I'm not going to bother my time on it until I know that it was definitely a proper thing. Sorry, yawning. Cotswolds wrote, if Anunnaki used water to power their ships, well, we know they powered Enki's ship. Now, Enki's ship may have been a separate design, but they definitely used water on Enki's ship to power it. They may have made the first hydrogen engine. Well, totally possible. They did say that their craft run on a crystal. Now, which sounds stupid to us, but then think about Star Trek, dilithium crystal. So for some reason or other, it runs on water and a crystal. Somehow the two seem to work together. I'm not quite sure how or why, but apparently they do. Thank you for the heart service donate. Gary has wrote, and it's good night. I read that one. That was a pin. Thank you, Gary. Maud has wrote, I've seen a spaceship with my own eyes. Very interested to know where, what, and when, and how. Zeno's wrote, me too. Interested to know. Laran has wrote, do you believe in the artificial moon? So we've got tablets. This is what's really sad. We've got tablets in the British Museum that talk about the moon being a moon of a planet called Tiamat that got broke up and became Earth and the asteroid belt. The Norse gods talk about a planet being broken up. They call it the frost giant. And even the Greeks talk about it. So because they're all the same gods. So the same story gets repeated, but just slightly changed over the millennia. So we've got tablets where they're talking about the asteroid belt, which we only found out 200 years ago. So straight away, that's a no-brainer. When you've got tablets telling us stuff that we cannot physically see, who the hell could see them back there? I can't see them. So when you've got tablets telling us about the asteroid belt and a moon that ended up becoming Earth's moon after the planet got smashed into, and mainstream saying that Earth was smashed into by Theia, so even mainstream scientists agree that Earth was bashed into at some point. Obviously, they don't tell us that it was a bigger planet and Earth was part of that bigger planet, but still they admit there was a planet smashing. So when you have the moon being mentioned before it even became the moon of Earth, along with backed up evidence that the asteroid belt's made of the same materials as Earth, and so on and so on, and the water's there, and Earth was what they called a snowball Earth when it was first here, and blah blah blah. All the evidence leads to it's just a moon and not artificial in any shape or form. And in fact, there is a if you look it up, there is a I'm just going to plug the phone in. There is a planet. You can look this up. There is a planet out. Oh, I didn't need the phone. I didn't realise. I didn't look at the thing. We're okay still. There is a planet out there in another solar system that's always facing the sun. So where we sit here and go, oh, it's unique. It's never been done before. Blah blah blah. Therefore, it's artificial. There's a planet facing the sun. Is that artificial now? Oh well, maybe not then. So yes. So you don't necessarily have to. So I mean, look at the sort of centrifugal force. So if you've got a bucket of water and you've got it on a string. Think about this, everybody. So you've got a bucket of water and you've got it on a string, and you start spinning that bucket of water on the string. So you'll be spinning around and around and around. The water stays in the bucket, and the bucket's always facing you. You could argue that the string is what's making it face you, but now get rid of the string and put gravity between the two, and it will stay facing you as you spin round. So that's generally how it seems to work. LM has wrote hello with an alien face. Hello back. Nice of you to join. Flat Horizons wrote this is a silly live. And then Flat Horizons wrote, I can't debunk you. I've seen that no one ever comes on and says you're wrong because. So all I can do is write, this is a silly live, and hope that people listen to me instead of you, because I have no evidence to debunk you, but I don't want them to listen to you because you're very good. Oh, thank you, Flat Horizons. Really nice of you to say. I like it when people admit that they can't. And then Cherry had wrote to Flat Horizon, I've just blocked you on your other account, so behave. That was, I'm guessing, the Flurfer numpty. So again, can't prove me wrong. You had the opportunity. It's, I read out every single question. This is why I'm behind on the messages. 40 odd years. I feel like, what was it in Aladdin when Genie comes out the lamp? 40,000 years will give you a crick in the neck. Sorry. His Flat Horizon had wrote to his string coins, block me, you show your weakness. Well, what we get fed up of, me reading out things like this is silly, where if you had evidence to prove me wrong or evidence to add to what I'm saying, but you can't. So by just repeating this is silly, you can kind of see why the moderators block you. So when you say it's our weakness by blocking people, I happily read out anything you've got, but when you're just regurgitating the same this is silly, it gets to a point where the moderators end up blocking you. You're not the world's sharpest, are you? You should have been in my school and I would have been second thickest. Isis wrote, do you think the Anunnaki were originally from Nibiru, or did they come from a different planet? It's an interesting question. You think you're the first person to ask me that particular question. So Billy Carson, I'm not going to mention his name, seems to think the Anunnaki come from another planet, possibly from Orion. And in one video he says that, in another video he says they're different races from different planets. So take your pick, Billy. Pick a story and stick with it. But the reason why he says that is because he points to, for once, he actually points to something. He points to, I think it looks like a cylinder seal. I might be wrong. It may have just been a carving, where it's got some planets, some stars, some circles. Really, that's all they are in the image. But we know them that they would be planets. And he said, "There you go. That's Orion." Billy, you kind of need a little bit of evidence to go with that. You can't just point to that and say that's Orion. So no, the Enuma Elish, as well as the Moorhen translations, tell us that the Nibiru comes in from outside of our solar system. So it comes through what they call the void. Now, that would be the gap between our solar system and another solar system. So that would be the void. Now, where their planet come from originally doesn't say. It doesn't say, it came from Alpha Centauri. It doesn't say it come from Orion. It doesn't say it come from Betelgeuse. Ah, damn, said it 3 times. So it doesn't actually say where it comes from. So the planet definitely come from, according to them, outside, which makes sense because when it comes in, the description is that it passes Pluto, which is pretty impressive because we can't see Pluto with the naked eye. So for them to name Pluto, they didn't call it Pluto, it was another name, but for them to talk about a planet, seeing their planet coming in and it going past it, pretty impressive in the Enuma Elish. So the Anunnaki so all I can say is the Anunnaki that came here were from Nibiru, or Nibru, as it's also translated. And in fact, there is some translators that called it heaven, unfortunately. older translations, but they called it heaven, and I wonder if they did that deliberately to avoid making it sound like a physical place, because Adapa, which was Adam, goes off to Nibiru and chats with King Anu, but in the original translations, unfortunately, we don't have the original. I don't know where the original tablets are to be able to go back and see them, but people have translated them. It's proper people that translate them, but maybe they're religious. So what you have is them saying that Adapa goes to heaven and meets King Anu, and then stays on heaven, and then gets sent back to his earth. So when they was translated, if they said he goes to Nibiru and then gets sent back to his earth, they would have went, hang on a minute, if we write that, that's a smoking gun. I mean, it's literally telling us that someone's on another planet. So by saying heaven and then back to earth, you can sort of say, well, he may have died, may have had an out-of-body experience. You could throw in whatever you want, but actually naming a physical planet. So anyway, long story short is, yes, the ones that came here came from the planet that's in our solar system, called Nibiru or Nibru, depending on who translates it. And that's why Michael S. Heiser was a bit of a numpty, because he tried to debunk Zecharia Sitchin. In fact, he'd done a website called sitchiniswrong.com. He was a religious author, that's the reason why. And he was studied, he was in the university that was funded by the Rockefellers, so they obviously got to him and said, debunk Zecharia Sitchin, which he did a poor job of, because I debunked him. It seems to have scrolled all the way to the bottom while I was just talking there. So I hope I haven't missed anything. Sorry guys, I'm scrolling all the way back to wherever I can. So I don't miss anything. This is live, I read every single question. Okay, I haven't lost anything, that's good for once. I will try and be a bit quicker. Sorry, I do try and give as much information. I know you guys may not have the time to listen, but I try and give as much information so that you guys can either go off and look for yourself, or go to my website and watch my videos or whatever you want. Okay, I'm back up to where I was, which is quite amazing. People chatting to each other. L Block has joined. I'm so glad to see you live. I hope I didn't miss too much. You have, but it's mostly flurfers doing their usual I'm silly but they can't debunk me thing. So yeah, so you haven't missed that much. Gareth has wrote, chatbots are far more restricted now than they were when they first came out 2 years ago. You're probably right. Yeah, I would agree with you there. I mean, there is a couple out there that supposedly isn't restricted, but I think they all are in some way. So yeah, I agree with you. 9 p.m. time check. So I'm slightly behind. So I'll be a lot quicker. It was unfortunately people like Flat Horizon and possibly the same person, Flurfy. Darwin's wrote, I hope Julie liked her dress. Sorry, Scarf. I do try and throw a bit of comedy in. That's why my ex-wife left me, because she said you're too funny. Just before she ended up in the freezer. Sorry, Clanners wrote, Yakab, peace upon him, is the truth. Big up Yakab, peace upon him. So this person doesn't follow me. Unfortunately, they obviously haven't got a clue. Are you still here, Clan? I would like to ask you a question and then convert you to the will of our true history. Because when you realise, which you won't want to see it. So let's be honest. Another one that just is indoctrinated. Gareth has wrote, chatbots were better 2 years ago, very restricted now. Yeah, I know. When I was, when I said to Julie, look, here's your new scarf, take all your clothes off and just wear the scarf. She said no. I couldn't believe it. I was like, right, fine, done with you. Sorry. It's a joke. Michelle's wrote, have you researched the Dogon tribe in Africa? I have indeed, yes. What would you like to know about it? Slowly getting to the bottom, actually. I don't think I'm too far. Gareth has put... It looks like Corn of the Cob. I might be wrong. It's a very small icon. Poor moderators are arguing with numpty Flat Horizon. I would have just got rid of him a long time ago. Shifty Actuals wrote, actually someone who could not produce the tablets. Sorry, Shifty wrote, awesome, then why could he not produce the tablets? Sorry, you don't follow me, so I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Awesome, then why could he not produce the tablets? Who are you referring to? Are you still here? I'd like to know who you're referring to, because you've got to remember there's tablets all over the world. So if you're referring to Zachariah Sitchin, please let me know, because this is where I will make you look, your head spin and make you look silly. Sorry, I know I know it sounds rude, but let's be honest, you're not following me, so you're fair game. So let's imagine then that you are talking about, for everyone else's sake, let's imagine you are talking about Zachariah Sitchin. When you say, why could he not produce the tablets? Do you think Zachariah Sitchin's got room for 2 million tablets? Oh, is that many? Yes. So there's your first problem. Second, he admits that he didn't translate them. They were already translated, and they were. Feel free to go and look at cuneiform parallels to the Old Testament. You're going, what's that mean? It's too easy. I ain't even going to waste my time. There's other people that's got proper questions. Isaac's wrote, I can prove Earth is flat. Cool. Isaac, are you still here? If there is any moderators, could we have one that would finally be pinned up instead of them running? No worries at all. Are you still here? Just tell me how you can prove it's flat, and then I will probably debunk it, because I've written books on globe and flat Earth, and I'm pretty good at when it comes to pointing out errors in people's research. Big Mum has wrote, Grand Rising. What are the walls used for? China. I'm guessing you're referring to Great Walls of China. I have not looked into the Great Walls. As far as I'm aware, obviously the Great Walls of China was done way later than sort of the Anunnaki type thing. So I've never bothered looking into it. So I'm afraid I can't answer that. I mean, the logic would be, to keep out people or keep in people, but I can't see any, obviously I've not looked into it, but I can't see any, them trying to hide from the Anunnaki or anything like that, because you'd be better off just, splitting up and, going underground than you would building a massive wall that can be seen from space. So, I'm not quite sure why they build it. I'm guessing to one of the other two reasons. Isaac has wrote, Earth is flat is a message from God. No. This was the person that said, I can prove Earth is flat. And so the next comment, so listen to this, ladies and gentlemen, this is how intellectually challenged people are. So I can prove Earth is flat, and then Earth is flat is a message from God. So now, Isaac, you've got two problems. Now you have to prove that there's a God, and then you have to prove that the message is from God, and ideally, one for good measure, you have to prove that the Earth is flat. So you've now compounded your inaccuracies, your flawed comment by 3. So, which isn't going to work. You're not going to be able to prove that there's a God, because I can prove that there was Anunnaki and they were called gods. I've done that. I've proved it. If anyone wants to see the evidence, by the way, that the Anunnaki were the gods in the Bible, who wants to see the evidence, actual evidence that they were the gods in the Bible? And trust me, you don't have to know anything about the Bible. Just watch you don't need the 8 hours. You can just watch 10 minutes. Go to my website. You're thinking, finally, someone's actually going to show evidence. Yes. Go to my website, ourtruehistory.co.uk. Scroll down on the home page. I've made it so simple, just for you. Yes, you sitting there. I've made it so simple. ourtruehistory.co.uk. Scroll down the home page, click it. It will take you to YouTube. Sit back, watch that. You only need 10 minutes, and you'll go, yeah, solved. And then that's the end of that. So next time you ever talk to anyone about a god, you just say, yes. Been debunked, and our true history is correct. Isaac has wrote, we are looking at the world wrong. Yes, do you know, when I go upside down, I sometimes think I am looking at it wrong. I don't know why I do that. It's weird. And even Julie says to me, why are you upside down sometimes? I say, because I like to look at the world differently. And she says, no, that's metaphorically, not. So anyway, yes, Isaac, you're right. So thank you for your complete and 100% evidence that we're living on a flat earth and that God gave us it as a message. It's blinding. I love that evidence that you. Do you know what evidence is, Isaac? Just out of curiosity, it's not what you think it probably is. Isaac has wrote, "We are too small to say the world is round. We are too small." So, what you're saying then is that we don't have the ability to go up and look at it from a distance and therefore work out it's round. Which we do seem to have somewhat of the ability to go up high. For example, Concorde. Pictures from Concorde show its curvature. Now, flat earthers say, "Oh, it's the windows." they bend the light, and therefore, someone's face outside the window would be distorted because the windows. No, it doesn't quite work like that. Oh, bless. Oh, I don't know. You please, guys, you should have. If I had a time travel machine, I'd grab all these people and put them in my school, and I would probably be the smartest one in the school. Scotty's wrote, I agree 100%. Thank you, Scotty. Nice name. I used to have 2 Scotties. Doggies, they were, not Scotties. In fact, an ex-girlfriend was a Scotty. In fact, my dad was Scottish, but I was referring to Scotties as in the dogs. They were they were bigger than they thought they were. But they were so lovely. JR wrote, what's up with CERN? Kind of need a little bit more info on that, just because. But if you're asking what's the deal with CERN in terms of why they're doing it, you got to ask yourself the original purpose of CERN. Bearing in mind there was one before that, a smaller one. I think it was in Germany. You got to ask yourself why build something that could possibly create, blow the planet up, because they were trying to create what they called the God particle, which they believed could blow our solar system out. So that's the first thing, and then second, they did manage to create a split second of this God particle sometime later, but they can't harness it. So you're thinking, well, hang on, this is a massive infrastructure that goes around, I think, 3 different countries underneath. Millions and millions, if not billions, spent on it to do what? So it's not to do with the God particle. It's to do with something else that clearly has something to do with the elites and power. It's not done for a few scientific things. It's not. So what there's loads of rumors out there that they're trying to create a portal, letting dare I say the word, demons in, evil things, entities, all sorts of things. So there's so many reasons, but there's reasons that we don't know. I've heard so many different stories, but I can, totally believe that it's more than just what they're telling us it's for. Isaac is writing to Jane and saying atheist, as if that's a funny thing, because you wrote laugh out loud at the end of it, Isaac. How old are you, Isaac? Seriously, I mean, I'm guessing very young, or someone that's been taking too many substances. I don't know. Junas wrote, like if you really know. Let me just try and work out what you mean by that. You don't follow me, so what you're really then saying is like as if you really know. Is that what you're saying? Tell me where you would like me to point to whatever it is I'm talking about in terms of evidence, and I will point you to it, and then you can decide whether that evidence is factual, and if the evidence is factual, then you have your answer. If it isn't, then you have to find evidence to prove that evidence wrong, which you probably won't. Scottish wrote, thoughts on the new discovery under the Great Pyramids. So the last time I checked, which was a few days ago, I couldn't see any proper evidence that information was correct. That was a few days ago. So if more information's out now, then I would look at it. But until I can see proper evidence, because the paper that they put out was to do with Khufu's pyramid, not Khafre's, and I spotted that straight away. As soon as I read it, I was like, this has nothing to do with it. But people kept pushing that as the evidence. So at this point, until I get evidence, it's just a possible hoax. Isaacs wrote to Jane, evidence is for atheists. Just listen and make your own decision. So you're trying to preach to people that are interested in evidence to say, listen to you, or listen to listen to Roxette, listen to your heart. I don't know. We are de-evolving, aren't we? PQLEA has wrote, Biden says it's a globe. Well, the ancient Greeks called it a globe. The Anunnaki called it round, globe, and a ball. These are the people that told us about the asteroid belt that we only found out 200 years ago. I'll go with whatever they say. These are the people that told us they built the Euphrates and the Tigris. These are the people that built buildings that we can't recreate today. These are the people that had the first priests, the first temples. These are the people that taught us laws, money, agriculture, textiles, beer making, you name it, they taught us over in Sumer. So if they say it's round and a globe and a ball in different texts, I'll go with that. Isaacs wrote, the point that we are obsessed with the image of the spherical world is the point. We're obsessed with it because obviously the ancient Greeks knew it was round, the Anunnaki knew it was round, and when we look at other planets, they're round. So the chances that our planet is a flat plane is very, very slim. Very slim. And I'm waiting for you to say something, and I'll use my ace in the hole to prove you wrong, but it's kind of a waste of time talking to someone that's not quite altogether there. I'm wondering if your brain is flat as opposed to the globe. Maybe flat earthers' brains are flat. Maybe that's why they get the problem. PQ has wrote, Kamala says it's a globe. So this is the same person that said Biden said it was a globe. I mean, I do struggle with Biden. Biden says there's no dome. Of course, yeah, I mean, obviously it's a firmament is to do with the asteroid belt. Happy to show you the evidence. Just go to my website, look for the video called Firmament Solved, along with the thousands of other videos that's there, if you are interested. JR has wrote Switzerland. I'm guessing you're from Switzerland. One word things normally I struggle with, but I'm guessing you're from there. PQ has wrote, government says Anunnaki on Marai. If you're interested in seeing the somewhat evidence of the Maui not being, obviously they're not the people, it would be the Maui statues, were there before the Maui people were. Watch my video called Easter Island. I think it might be called Easter Island Solved. But it's partly solved because while I prove that the indigenous people there, technically they weren't indigenous, they did cross the land, but while the people that there didn't know about the statues and couldn't even recreate them to this day, even if they wanted to, I do prove that they were older prior to the Great Flood. Isaacs wrote, what good has NASA done for humanity? I don't know. Help! What's wrong with people? Oh, hang on. What good has my cat done for you? No, seriously, what good has my cat done for you? That's kind of like what you're asking. We know NASA lie. I don't know what. Isaac's right. People want to answer trivial questions. You're the one that just asked that trivial question. What good has NASA done? Chat is full of them. Oh, I'm so sorry, moderators. Just block them. There's no point in me reading them out. There's genuine people here asking genuine questions. And I do get told off sometimes for spending too much time on numpties. Just block them. JR has wrote, The Simpsons always show me ahead of time. Everything is going to happen. I'm guessing you're saying that there's a dome over Earth. And that Homer's going to go into space. Although saying that, Homer did go into space on one episode. And it was a globe that they showed. Scrolling down, Cotswolds wrote mods on top form. They are, unfortunately, they probably should have just took out Executive Order number 24 and disposed of the trash. But History and Coins wrote, I live in Australia and I've travelled straight out by boat and plane, straight out, never seen one. I'm guessing you're referring to the wall that they supposedly think that's there. PQ has wrote, Trump said it's a globe. I wouldn't trust politicians. Obviously, I believe it's a globe, but I certainly wouldn't trust politicians. Punkers wrote, if I were to watch one video, which one should I start with? It's a good question. It kind of depends on what you're interested in. So I cover Bigfoot, I cover crystal skulls, I cover pretty much thousands of subjects. If you're interested in the beginning of us, Homo sapiens, then watch the one that you can get to on my homepage. So it's about 8 hours long. You don't have to watch all of it, but you can get to it from my website, which takes you to YouTube, because I can't remember the name on YouTube. So if you scroll down on the homepage to my website and just where it says click here, click that, it will take you to YouTube. Sit back, put it on TV, and watch it. And once you realise that the Anunnaki were here and they were the gods in the Bible, then pretty much all the other videos that you watch of mine make sense, because obviously it's based off of the Anunnaki coming here, creating us. Even Atlantis was how the Anunnaki built their cities in concentric circles and so on. So that's probably the best one just to clear that up, so that everything else that you watch you understand clearer, if that makes sense. Scrolling down, PQ has wrote, who told you Anunnaki had no religion? Well, if you've got evidence that they had a religion, please show me it. I've never come across it. So when you say who told me, I do my own research. I don't know if you're aware of that. You don't follow me, you don't know. So I am the world's best expert at these Anunnaki. So when you say who told me, it'll be me. Unless you've got evidence that I haven't, after 40 years and where I solved many things, so many things that no one has thought possible. If you've suddenly got evidence that I haven't got, oh my God, I'd love it. You'd be the first person to show me evidence that I don't have. Probably not going to happen, but I would welcome it with open arms. But you ain't going to have it. Sorry. I research every single day. And I've never come across it. Elohim Hunters wrote, one of these messengers gave us Ezekiel bread. Nutrition profile is in the same as meat. Why? So the Anunnaki brought down barley and wheat from their home planet, and they made beer and they made bread. Now, our digestive system is... So, for example, you're not really supposed to give hedgehogs bread because of their digestive system. The same goes for koi carp. You're not really supposed to give them bread, but people do. So while the Anunnaki had bread, and it may have benefited their body for whatever reason far better than what ours do. So with us, we end up getting a little bit podgy, or it's harder to digest. But they did give us bread. So in the tablet Enki and Nimna, religious people, you don't want to hear this. In the tablet, which you can go look up right now, Enki and Ninma, it's the very first thing that comes up. When the 6 Homo sapiens that they first created fouled, each one had a deformity, and they tell us which the deformities are. Not bad for the first ever language, talking about... Technically, that particular tablet isn't the first ever language; it's the second ever language. But not bad for people that don't have laboratories and all sorts of stuff to talk about creating a new species. But those ones that were disabled, they gave them their daily bread. That's what it says in that tablet. So that's where we get that Lord's Prayer from. Give us our daily bread. So the Anunnaki, as a sustenance, were giving us daily bread. Is that because it's easier than them going out and grabbing fruit off of trees for us, so we can work for them? Did they have a bread maker on their craft? I know it sounds stupid, but is it easier for them to make bread than it was for them to send out people to come back with fruit and make sure the fruit didn't go off, and the flies and everything else? So, yeah, for whatever reason, they gave us bread, and so blame them if we've got issues with bread. Obviously, the bread back then was pure bread, whereas now they had all sorts of stuff in the bread to keep it lasting a lot longer as well. So back then the bread was probably better bread than, and of course if it was their own wheat, this planet's got obviously different wheats around the world, but they would have been giving us probably wheat from their bread, which we probably don't have anymore, and so therefore it may be more sustenance than what we're aware of in our normal bread that we would make. Elohim Hunters wrote, wow, there's a lot of people here today. Yeah, I mean, if I've noticed if I stay long enough, TikTok eventually allows it to go slightly higher than 50 because they don't like me telling the truth. Son of Yahweh, interesting, because if you watch my amazing documentary called Who Yahweh Really Was, you'll find out that Marduk was Yahweh, so you must be Marduk's son. Hello, welcome. You have wrote, Bible nor Quran mentions the word planet or universe. We are living in a dome, aka the firmament. So, oh wow, okay. So the planets were called by the Anunnaki deities. Did you know that? So if you know that the Bible copies the older tablets, and it does, and if you think that the Hebrew didn't copy any of the other tablets, any of the other stories, I've got some fresh air I can tell you. In fact, I can just prove it right now. The word angel was a Greek word called messenger, and the Hebrew word translation of the word messenger is angel. So straight away we know, and guess where the original word for messenger come from? Not the Greeks, the Sumerians. Guess where that come from? The Anunnaki. Whoopsie! That's too easy, isn't it? So when you realise that the word planet was God, well, it was actually deity, but we call a deity God. So now when you look at Genesis and you say, the God created heavens and earth. In fact, if you go by Young's literal translation, which you clearly don't probably know what that means, but Young's literal translations has it down as God's preparing heaven and earth. In other words, planets forming. And I actually write that with the evidence in my new book, or you can go and watch my documentary called Alien Bible, where I show that the planets were called deities, which ended up being called gods in the Bible. Son of Yahweh. One of us has done their homework, the other one's totally not. And I'll let the viewers figure out that one. Son of Yahweh's wrote, Earth is not a globe nor spinning. No worries at all. Would you show me the evidence that it's not a globe? It's not going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. They never reply back. Sherry's wrote to Son of Yahweh, Bible and Quran don't mention twerking, but it does happen. Oh, Sherry. My Sherry, amor. Very good. I like that. Get a gold star for that. Being a bit cheeky but clever. Cotswolds wrote, so flat earthers, can you explain Halley's Comet? That's one I normally use as well. Technically I use it when they're talking about the dome, because I say who's setting off a rocket every 60 odd years inside the dome, and how is it staying up so high? And then basically what they say is there's no such thing as Halley's Comet, which is weird because I saw it with my own eyes many years back. Son of Yahweh, the Anunnaki tablets were translated by Sitchin, who was a Freemason. So again, one of us has done a little bit more research than the other. So there is videos of Zachariah Sitchin saying he never translated them. In fact, if you're interested, they were started to be translated 200 years ago. So Sitchin never translated them. So when you put all those laughing faces, Son of Yahweh, you're actually son of Marduk, because I proved that it was Marduk who was Yahweh, and you've just made up a false statement saying that Zachariah Sitchin, the tablets was translated by Sitchin, which they weren't. So look up Cuneiform Parallels of the Old Tablet, look up Mr. Mesopotamia, and you'll see loads and loads of translations. In fact, go to the Oxford University translation website for Sumerian, and you can type in and you'll see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tablets that are translated by scholars that are not Sitchin. The other problem you've got there, son of Numpty. Sorry, what did I call you, Numpty? No, I called you son of Numpty. You are double Numpty. Numpty sat on a wall. Who is a Freemason? So first of all, you then have to prove that the Freemasons were happy to let out information about aliens. Oh, you're thinking, hang on a minute. Yeah, why did I even bring up the word Freemason? What's that? So you would have to prove that even if he was a Freemason, that they didn't actually allow him to write the books that he wrote. Oh, yeah. So basically what you're saying now, True History, is that the Freemasons could have said, yeah, no worries, knock yourself out. Tell the truth. And bearing in mind, Son of Yahweh, Sitchin's books, I've backed up, and I don't even go by Sitchin's book. I go by the original tablets that he would have also have gone by from the other people's translations. So I've got an 8-hour video, which you won't watch, where I back up Zachariah Sitchin without using Zachariah Sitchin. It's a genius video, but you won't go and watch it. So everybody's laughing at you now, Son of Yahweh, instead of you putting laughing faces at me. I do enjoy doing these. Always be the smartest in the room. Son of Yahweh's wrote, you'll believe a guy who worshipped Lucifer. Again, he didn't translate them. And now you have to prove to me that Zachariah Sitchin worshipped Lucifer. Bear in mind, Lucifer was only mentioned once in the Bible in terms of the name Lucifer. Before that, it was Morning Star, or Son of Morning Star. By the way, would you like to know who the Son of the Morning Star is? The only person that worked that out is me. Feel free to watch my videos. The world's best researchers worked it out along with many other things. But you won't go and watch that. So, unfortunately, Son of Yahweh, you're now thinking, actually, he's debunking everything I'm saying. I do look like a bit of a numpty. No, double numpty. Remember that. Come on. If you're going to do it properly, do it double. Even Sherry has wrote, Sitchin didn't translate the tablets. Son of Yahweh has wrote, Yahweh is the creator of all. Actually, no, Yahweh was Marduk, who, you do realise Yahweh's name didn't come into it until about 3000 BC, when Marduk took over and became monotheistic. You do know that, don't you? Would you like to see the evidence that Marduk changed everything to one god? From the pantheon of gods. You do realise that there was a pantheon of gods before Vatican was built by Constantine, after Yahweh had told Constantine to build him the Vatican. Oh yes, there was a pantheon of gods, wasn't there? Which would have been Enlil's family. Oh, yeah, Apollo and da da da. Yeah, oh yeah, they're all the same gods from Enlil's family. Oh, son of Yahweh, all you've done is helped my viewers understand just how good I am. Sorry if I sound big-headed, but when you get stupid people that don't know what they're talking about, it's too easy. Rock, forgive me if I do sound big-headed. It's just, over the years of doing these, I just... Rock has wrote, how right was Billy Carson as in his Anunnaki theories, how Thoth was exiled and became the gods. I'm going to see the next bit of America. So I have done many videos on Billy. Basically, literally every video that I see of Billy's, I could do a debunking video. I know it sounds really bad. Just bear with me. So unfortunately, Billy makes up a lot of stuff, and I've done so many videos. In fact, people were calling me racist and all sorts of things because I was kept debunking him. And I was like, well, tell him to stop making up crap. And I debunk with evidence. That's the difference. I don't, he shows his face, I show evidence. And so all you have to do is watch one of mine and then go and watch one of his and say, actually, yeah, how true history is pointing to the evidence. And Billy just says, oh, the Anunnaki did this. And yet he's got more followers and they love him because they see his face. I mean, if you guys saw my face, certainly you would love me. Or pity me, one of the two. It's not my fault. My mother dropped me from the Empire States Building. But yeah, so Thoth being exiled, no. Thoth was Ningazida, who would have been Enki's son. There is no way he would have been exiled. In fact, Ningazida was the next smartest person on the planet at that point after Enki. So there is no way that anyone would have exiled Thoth at all. Now, Thoth may have been Quetzalcoatl because he went over there. That's no problem at all. And may have took some what they call the black-headed people over there with him, the ones that they created after the Great Flood. But again, everything that I'm saying, I've got videos for with evidence. So yeah, no, Billy, unfortunately, and I hate saying it. I've tried to stop talking about him, but when people ask, I have to tell the truth. I can't lie. There's no point. So yes, he makes a hell of a lot of mistakes, humongous amount. Sorry, if you like him, it's not my fault. Just don't hate me. Elohim has wrote, no one has seen the gold in Fort Knox for centuries. Anunnaki must be collected. Well, I mean, it's a fairer statement. I mean, there is, as I mentioned before once, that there is a gold mine called Shiva in South Africa, and there's a gold infrastructure. In other words, a company that's dealing with the gold called Abzu, which is the name that the Anunnaki gave South Africa. And you've got to think, well, hang on a minute, why are they using the name Abzu? It's like a dead name now. I mean, unless you can translate Sumerian, why use it? But they were. So there is a total possibility that, from a logical point of view, the Anunnaki may have, even though they may have got enough gold for their atmosphere, they may have liked gold in the end. Because it is, it's pretty, I guess, if you're into that sort of thing, and it's conductive and so on and so on. So it's totally possible the Anunnaki thought, well, we don't have that much gold here on our planet. We might as well just keep getting the gold. So yeah, I mean, there's no reason why Fort Knox may not have given them the gold. You could be totally right. R4 has wrote, do you explore consciousness? Yes, I do. If you're interested, I have a 3-hour documentary called Everything You Need to Know About Spirits, which covers that. You can get to the thousands of videos on my website, outtruehistory.co.uk. But if you ask a particular question, I will answer it. There will be some loud gunshots in a minute. Sorry, my daughter's just asked me to open something that will make a noise in a minute in the background. She's a night owl. She's also a witch. Oh, no, was it a practicing witch, wasn't it? Sorry. Yeah, my ex-wife was a witch. And trust me, she wasn't practicing. She was just damn good at it. Whoopsie. Scrolling Scrolling down, people chatting to each other. Tis live, I read every single question out. Gaz has wrote, what you make of the new finding of the Giza Plateau? Unfortunately, the last time I looked, I couldn't find any evidence whatsoever that that was a genuine story. And I did look. So ideally, until the two people that supposedly run that experiment or test or scan, until they really come out, I probably won't look at it with any great detail, I'm afraid. Sorry. I was the one that did a video saying, first thoughts come to my mind was Halls of Mente, and then a few days later, you had Ancient Architect, you had Billy Carson, and everyone else coming out with the Halls of Mente. Yeah, get behind the catch up. Of course, Our True History was first, as always. Scrolling down. People are chatting. I think mostly they're all arguing with Flat Horizon. I don't even know why they're bothering. Mike has wrote, Linda Moulton Howe does great research on crop circles. She does. So, out of all the researchers out there, Linda Moulton Howe, I have the utmost respect for. I haven't debunked her. I have spoke to her and I pointed her to a point, and she actually said it was a genius point that I pointed out to her. I might still have the email where she got something or didn't catch on to something, and I did, obviously. But yeah, Linda Moulton Howe. I think her something crop harvest or something. Her book is on crop circles. R4 has wrote, do you explore consciousness in your awesome research? Thank you for saying that. Bless you. I honestly do, yeah. So if you might want to watch the 3-hour video first before asking me a question, because I might cover it in that 3-hour documentary. I go through everything. I go through the orbs. I go through where the first mention of the orbs come from. I go through medical statistics about the pineal gland. I go through the third eye, the eye Horus, blah blah blah, and then out of body experiences and all that kind of stuff, because it's connected to. So technically, we have our own consciousness. It's not because every single animal has a conscious. Because when you sleep, you're unconscious, so you have your own conscious. So it's not like, it belongs to an alien or it's outside of your body or whatever. Technically, you've got just a power off button and a power on button, and that's your consciousness powered down for the night and powered up for the morning. The difference really is the orb that joins with the pineal gland. That is connected to the pineal gland and learns everything, and that's where sometimes you can have an out-of-body experience where that orb leaves your body but still quantumly is connected to your pineal gland, or when you die, the orb leaves your body and you may get told, go back, it's not your turn to die yet. And sometimes a different orb jumps in and when you have a near-death experience, and then you're accessing the memory that orb was last with, and so you will end up talking a different language, being able to paint, play music, whatever it is that seems to come through sometimes on the previous person that the next orb that jumped in. So yes, I cover all of that. If you're interested, 3-hour documentary, and I don't. If you're listening to me now, you're probably working out I don't waste time. You watch Ancient Aliens, and they'll show nice shots and pretty. Nothing wrong with Ancient Aliens. I love the program, but I don't. Mine's just you'll probably watch it 2 or 3 times because it's just information. I don't even put silly little jokes in there. It's just bang 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 bang. History and Coins wrote, thanks, I'll keep all the mods and the boss informed on how I'm going. Please do. Gazers wrote, if it were true, how on earth could they lose the technology they got us to the moon? If it was true, how on earth could they lose the technology that got us to the moon? I'm guessing you're referring to NASA. Yeah, I don't believe they went to the moon at all. Bloody hell, was that the time? I got a time check from Jane, and I just looked at the real time. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna skip past numpty questions. We all know who the numpty person is. Shabazz wrote Da Vinci #1, and then Gaz wrote Da Vinci was years ahead of his time. He was, yeah. I mean, I like to try and catch people out, not just to see whether or not I'm smarter than them, but he was, he's ahead of his time for sure. Elohim Hunters wrote, there are rumours Einstein may have stolen patents. Yeah, that's another reason why I can't say he's a genius, because he worked there for a very long time, and people were sending in schematics and all sorts of stuff, and then suddenly he comes out with all these ideas. It's just a bit too convenient for me. Peters wrote, Tesla is the man, Nicholas Tesla. Well, yeah, unfortunately. Okay, so in regards to genius, he was clever, but he did work constantly on his theories, and then he would turn them into practical things. Now, for example, the Wardenclyffe Tower, believe it or not, you had to put in so much energy, and trust me, if you do the research, you'll see that his prototypes, he literally had to put in 10 times the energy to get out a tiny bit of energy wirelessly. So it's basically like you standing near an electric socket now and watching the spark come to you. You're getting 110 volts in America, or 240 volts here, and you're getting a little electric shock. Thank you, Donna. I didn't know the time until a minute ago. How are you, Donna? I hope you're well. Bless you. Thank you. Plex is off, according to my daughter. I'm still struggling with it, so apologies, Donna. Sorry. Elohim Hunters wrote the book Outliers say there are no geniuses, just people who were granted time to master a skill. It's exactly what I was just about to get to with Tesla. Thank you for saying that. So Tesla, he worked for Edison and stuff like that. So yes, he was clever, but not a genius, because he just spent all his time doing the same thing about electric, pretty much. And so it's not. And in fact, if you look at some of the research, AC current was already established over or invented over in the UK. It was the pulsing system that he added to it. Not UK, Europe. So he only added the pulsing system. So not really a genius in the terms of, if I worked at something for long enough, I'll probably come up with a few new ideas. Same as what I do with these research, I've worked at it long enough and I've solved things. Does that make me a genius? Yes. I mean, no. You get what I'm saying. Scrolling down, Pete wrote Tesla equal genius. So yeah, I smart guy, but not Da Vinci genius. No, I wouldn't have said. DJ wrote, show us your nose. I'm guessing that's a derogatory comment because you don't follow me, trying to say that I'm lying. No problem at all. If you just show me the evidence when my evidence is wrong, I'll be more than happy to show you my nose. But when you realise you can't debunk me, otherwise you would have, instead of writing that, you would have done, you're wrong because, and you can't do it. So I win. Peter's wrote, I'm new. Thank you, Peter. Well, hopefully you don't mind my egotistical side, but enjoy at least what I talk about in terms of evidence-based stuff. Peter's wrote, I was just watching a documentary on this and now found you guys. Oh, cool. I have thousands of documentaries with evidence if you're interested. Godstrobador has wrote Delusion, and then wrote, I can't debunk you. The best I could write is delusion. Sorry, I do know that you're correct and there is no such thing as an almighty being, but I don't want you to be right because my name's God, starts with God, and I feel stupid having that if I keep admitting that you're right, our true history. No worries at all, God. Thank you very much for admitting that you are big enough to admit that when you're wrong. No worries at all. Gaz has wrote, I started watching Ancient Apocalypse and found that interesting. Yeah, I mean, a bit slow for my liking, but there's a few things that I would disagree with. I'm not going to debunk him on it. I just say there's a few things I would slightly disagree with, but on the whole, Elohim Martinez wrote, Galzu Adam, if you live long enough, you too may astral project freely. I can't argue because I don't think I'm going to live long enough to figure that one out. Actuals wrote, so 1586 foot correct. So 1586 feet, UFT feet correct, question mark. I don't know what that's referring to. If you're saying that's the height of the dome based off of Britannica, Encyclopedia Britannica, they were actually talking about a mountain range. A dome is another type of mountain, which even says in the Britannica Encyclopedia. So I don't quite know what that's referring to. I'm so sorry. Avatars wrote, but didn't Yahweh Marduk have a human wife? So the Anunnaki are technically still running the show. Yeah, that's why. That's why on the dollar bill we've got Marduk symbols all over it. I've done a video on that called "Who's Running the Planet." I should have changed it to "Who's Running the Globe." But Anna's wrote, "How are you sure that Earth is not flat? Did you see it, or is it what they are telling you?" No, I don't go by what people tell me. I do my own research. So Anna, all you have to do is look. This is genius. Look at flat earthers' rockets when they go up. Now, flat earthers do put rockets up. Look at any other rocket, whether it's NASA, independent, any rocket that goes up with a camera. Have a look at it. Now, Anna, when the rocket goes up and it spins round, what you'll see is equal distance all the way around. Regardless of whether it's in Australia, in the middle of America, or anywhere. The only way you end up with equal distance all the way around is because you're on a ball. So if you put a dot on a ball, it's always in the middle. Think about it for a second, because you're going to say, oh, but if I put a ball on the top, then it's at the top. No, look at it from down. Look at it looking straight down, which is what the cameras do. Equal distance all the way around. Wow. I didn't even think of that. No worries to Anna. That's what I'm here for. Feel free to follow. Avatars wrote, almost like gods and genies. Jinns playing games with one another. Yeah. Vicky's wrote frequency. Not quite sure what that's referring to. I'm slightly behind on the questions. Apologies. CMR's wrote, under the pyramids is nothing. I don't know. Hopefully you heard me earlier. Actuals wrote, this one researcher I know says the Greek actually translate to hanging post, no cross, I think. I'm guessing you're referring to Jesus on the cross. I'm guessing that's something I don't look at when it comes to Jesus, because Jesus was, there's nothing to double check. So the Bible's on its own, and I can't back it up and double check it in any shape or form. Anime has wrote, do you believe in spirits? I do. Totally 100% do. Didn't want to until I did a Ouija board type thing with my mum, and I asked questions in my head, which it was just me and my mum, and it went to all the answers correctly. And so at that point I had no choice, none whatsoever, to believe, because I weren't pushing the bloody glass. So I had no choice but to believe there is an afterlife. So yes, I do. Mr. Vaquez has wrote, you ever been in a plane? I have indeed. I'm guessing this is going to be a flat earth. Did you see the curve? And I'll say no, not at 35,000 feet. You won't. And then, sorry, it scrolled to the bottom. Somehow it scrolled to the bottom. I didn't say that. I just saw someone write lie. Don't you love it when they can't debunk me? They must be just like, what can I write to try and make him feel bad? All you do is admit that I'm right, because you can't debunk me. So you might as well not write anything, because it just proves to everyone else that you know, if you can't debunk me, then all you're doing is agreeing with me. So it's strange, isn't it, how people... I'm just scrolling back. Sorry, guys. I'm going to try and be as quick as I can now. I do read out a lot of silly points, don't I? Scroll. I'm just trying to find where I was. Sorry. Somehow it scrolled to the bottom. I don't know why. Tesla Genius found. Okay, catching up where I was. Galzu. Yahweh. Nearly there. Talking about self frequency. Under the pyramids. Actual. One researcher's read that one. Believe in spirits. And Elohim Hunters wrote, no other Anunnaki researchers answer questions. Our true history is the only one. I didn't even think of that. You are right. I mean, technically, you could say that that Christina Bruno does, but let's be honest, the IQ of her followers is probably the same IQ that she has, and they won't understand what she's talking about and believe her. Whereas I've debunked her and she hated it. It was genius. Called her out. Nicole's wrote, you are at 96. Yeah, we're back down to 90, but that's not too bad. Thank you, Nicole. Bless. Hope you're well. Avatar's wrote, spherical. It will look flat all round as it spins the bucket of water. I did mention something about a bucket of water. It's now coming up to 11 o'clock for me, so forgive me if I don't dive deep into each question now. Peter's wrote, do you believe in spirits energy separate from us? I believe in the spirits separate from us. If you watch the 3-hour documentary, you'll see that the orbs are an entity on their own that join with us. Avatar's wrote, 233 viewers watching from my viewpoint. That's weird, isn't it? I never got anywhere close to that. So TikTok clearly is trying to discourage me by having lower amounts, and yet you guys are putting higher amounts here, 103, etc. Yeah, wow, thank you. Desh wrote, have you read The Apocalypse of Adam? Possibly, don't recall it off the top of my head. So forgive me if I can't recall it, sorry. It's possible I may have, I've read a lot, but off the top of my head I can't remember that particular title. I'm so sorry. Elohim Hunters wrote, Billy Carson. We don't talk about Billy here. He tries. Well, does he? I don't know. Pete's wrote, sorry, I'm not meaning to ask silly questions, enjoying listening. No, it's all Pete. No question is silly unless I say it's silly. I'm joking. Unless it's from someone that doesn't follow me, then it's a silly question. Nicole's wrote, do you think the Anunnaki had the Milky Way beyond mapped out? They said that the furthest they ever went was the asteroid belt, and then they came to Earth. So, no, they wouldn't have gone outside our solar system. Barry's wrote, I'm sorry, sir. May I say, I have just been blocked from another live guy because I asked to wait. Faith to the code he was on about. I'm sorry, sir. Let me just check whether you follow me. You do follow me, so I'm trying to work out what you're referring to. I'm sorry, sir. May I say I have just been blocked from another live guy because I asked to ... wait. Faith to the code he was on about. I'm not sure what that means. I'm so sorry. But we don't block unless you repeatedly be really bad, and even then the moderators are a bit too lenient sometimes. I'm joking. So I cut. And then Barry carried on with compare. Faith to the code he was on about compare. We are awake here or no? We go by evidence here. So if he was a faith person, then we don't really deal with people with faith because that's just them believing. Moses wrote, hi, our true history. How are you doing? Not too bad. I'm getting a bit of a bad back sitting here for hours, but with all the new AI algorithm, what do you reckon about you? What do you reckon about Under the Pyramids? So I don't know whether that's genuine or not. Last time I checked, there was no evidence whatsoever that showed me that the information that was coming out is genuine. So at this point, I haven't looked under the pyramid, but I was the first person to say Halls of Amente as a first thought, and then believe it or not, all the other cronies that talk about Anunnaki started to come out and say the same thing as me. Not saying they copied me, but let's be honest, I was first, and they'd be dumb not to copy me, really. It does sound big-headed, doesn't it? But Rita has wrote the Earth is flat. No worries at all. If you could just explain why any rocket shows equal distance around, and then when you realise you can't, just follow me. You do follow me. In which case, don't mention silly things. I've got a flat Earth video if you're interested in watching it. Not one flat Earther can debunk anything in it. So it's probably not worth saying the Earth is flat unless you can be better than them and debunk it. Bearing in mind, I've written 2 books, one on the globe and one on the flat Earth. So I'm probably going to be right. Sorry. Barry's wrote, thank you. More than welcome, Barry. Truth has wrote, why don't you think the Earth is flat? If you've just heard me explain that as soon as a rocket goes up. Now, technically, according to the flat earthers, if you have a rocket going up near Australia, you should have 4,000 miles one way and 20, or at least 16, if you believe the diameter that they possibly believe in, 16,000 the other. In other words, you will have a discrepancy on the camera image of one distance shorter and one further, which we don't get, because on a ball you always get equal distance. 160 viewers. Wow, it's never gone over 90ish for me. Thank you, Avatar. So I think TikTok probably does that to put me off. I'm just happy for one person. Ideally, the one person being a female, that would help better than a bloke. But hey, you guys are great as well. Moses wrote, that's why you should go live. Thank you. Barry's wrote, ether, free energy. Well, see, technically, Tesla, if you look at Tesla, was actually trying to draw energy from what he thought was the ether, but he was actually drawing it from. He was pumping a lot of electricity in to get that free energy to go across. So it was kind of it was kind of like taking from one hand and giving with the other. So yes, he could transmit wirelessly, but he had to pump a huge amount of electric in, more than what was actually being received at the other end. But so he did small scale experiments, which is why I know that. And so he would have to crank up the voltage by a huge amount. That's why he came up with the Tesla coil, because he was pumping out so much energy to try and get that little bit of energy that's going wirelessly. So Scott wrote, Earth is flat, no question about it. Not debatable. So that shows the ignorance of Scott there. So Scott wouldn't be able to answer my question. Scott, why is it every angle, every camera on any rocket whatsoever, equal distance around? Scott's going to go, well, it's the camera lens. And I'll say, but one's shorter and one's further away if you're on a flat Earth. And there is rockets that go up from Australia, and there's rockets that go up in the middle of the flat Earth, and both of them are identical in terms of equal distance. So non-debatable, Scott. I win. Marcus wrote, it seems flat to me, so that's validation. Oh, well, there you go, Mark. It's you don't follow me, so that shows me that you're a numpty. If you're going to go along with that analogy, that you think it's flat, therefore it is, then I think you're a numpty, and therefore you are. Wow, how'd that work out? God. Moses wrote, as in, bringing people on, they will answer most of the questions that's being asked of you. As in, bringing people on, they will answer most of the questions that is being asked of you. No one, I see, what I do is I say, are you still here? And then if they're here, I'll ask them a couple of questions. And if they actually come up with, no one's done it yet, but if someone actually comes up with something sensible that I don't debunk with my eyes closed, I would probably let them up to have a proper debate, because I'm here to learn. And if they've got evidence, but no one does, so I never really bring people up, because when I used to do, we just wasted 10-15 minutes chatting, and it wasn't really chatting. It was them just changing the subject when I'd say, "Hang on a minute, that's not quite right," and they'd change the subject ever so quickly. The moderators know they were here way back when I used to let people up, so I kind of don't let people up anymore because it's just a complete waste of time. Because you can see how people are, and just on these chats alone. Sherry's right. If you think you're going to argue in the chat, think again. I'll just block you all. I apologise, Sherry. I won't argue again. Sorry. I know you're talking about the others. I'm joking. Moses wrote, "Yeah, you got a good speaking voice." Thank you. The name's Roger Moore. The James Bond. Thank you. I don't know that I have. I just think I'm stupid and sound stupid. Truth is right. Explain your point of view on Earth, please. So the Anunnaki called it a round globe and ball. They tell us that it was part of another planet that got smashed up, and obviously all the other planets out there that we're aware of seem to be round. So if you're on about it being round, but if you're interested to know more about the planet breaking up, etc., feel free to go to my website and look at one of the 1,000 documentaries that I have on many different subjects. Sorry if I'm sounding quick. It's just I'm trying to get to the bottom before the battery dies, and my boys should have been about an hour ago. Barry Joe, thank you for being awake. No worries at all, Barry. I just, I'll go with the evidence and use common sense. And obviously you do too. Truth is right. The Earth has realms and layers. No, it's just a block of water and rock. That's it, really. Unless someone can prove to me that it has got realms, but as far as I'm aware, it hasn't. Solution X is right. Where can I read about this for myself? It depends what I was talking about at that point for you to write that. If basically read. I have got a section in my website where I recommend books. Depends on what you're interested in. If you're interested in the Anunnaki, either my own books or the Moorhen's books, George Orion Moorhen's books, or Zachariah Sitchin's books. Their books talk about what's in the tablets. My books explain it with evidence. So it depends on whether you just want a sort of a brief outline or whether you want to go in depth. You can get to everything from my website if you're interested. I've done videos as well if you don't want to read. Barry's right. Earth is a fake name. Realm is the correct term. Well, actually, when you say it's the correct term, sorry, Barry, I don't mean to. Who's done that? Carrie. Thank you, Carrie. Did you show your sister? I hope you did. So Barry follows me. Sorry, Barry. It's just my intellect won't allow me to let this one pass. So when you say Earth is a fake name, realm is the correct term. So unfortunately, you have to go back to the very first word for Earth. And the very first word for Earth was Ki, and that was given to us by the Anunnaki before they even came to this planet. So we know that because, again, in the tablet called Kingship of Heaven, Alula fled to the dark earth, which was Ki. So when you say Earth is a fake name, unfortunately, the first people that gave us the name, Ki, or Ki, how can it be fake if they're the ones that gave us it? And Ki means earth or ground. And so we've ended up calling it Earth. So, sorry, Barry, not quite right. I know you follow me and I'm not being rude. I just like the evidence out there. It's no point in making up stuff. I mean, I could ask you, but I won't because you follow me and I'm not going to make it silly, but I could ask you to show me the evidence where it's supposed to say realm and you'll give me somewhere and I'll say, but sorry, the Anunnaki tablets before they even came to Earth named our planet. So that supersedes anything that you've got, unless you've got another alien race, which you probably won't. You get the point. It's not me being rude, it's just how my brain works. That's why my videos are second to none. It says, I agree with everything on your green screen. I've been telling everyone that will listen to me all of these. I bet you come across the same sort of people that I come across. I mean, you guys are great, but tonight we've had some people that when God was giving out brains, they were at the back of the queue. Probably along with me, to be fair. Solutions wrote, awesome. Steph has wrote, where's your proof? Of what particular thing? Happy to show you. If you are someone's blocked Steph, so it means further down, Steph decided to be rude, which is a shame. But on my videos, I show evidence. That's why I don't show my face. Just watch one. That's all you have to do. Just, guys, if you're interested in seeing the evidence the Anunnaki created us and they were in the gods in the Bible, just go watch one of my videos, or go watch my Bigfoot videos or my Crystal Skull video, anything. Just watch one and you'll see the amount of evidence that I put into it, the amount of research. There's a video coming out. I don't think it's released yet still. There's a video coming out called Anunnaki Skin Color. I went through every single ancient mention on any culture, whether it's Sumerian, the Bible, Greek, Norse. I went through every single mention of the word that would relate to a skin color of a god. That's dedication. And why do I do that? Because that's why I don't get debunked. Because no one's going to be able to go, oh, you missed one. So that's why there's, yeah. So, Steph, if you're still listening, just watch one of my videos and you'll see whatever proof you need. It says every religion is based off of Anunnaki. I wouldn't say every. Sorry, this is my. I've probably got some sort of. I'm probably on the spectrum somewhere, but I wouldn't say every, because obviously there's the religion that's the flying spaghetti monster, and as far as I know, the Anunnaki didn't have, and that's actually a real religion. So I wouldn't say every. I always say the older religions, the ancient religions, are based on the Anunnaki. It says wrote, just tweak to their own liking and phrasing. Yeah, I would agree with that. Punk has wrote, why did the Anunnaki come here in the first place? So they had a hole in their atmosphere, and long story short, and they thought gold particles would, if they sprinkled it in their atmosphere, believe it or not, we've actually got organisms in our atmosphere up to 40 miles high. Did you know that? Not a lot of people know that. It's true. Anyway, so they figured that if they sprinkled gold particles in their atmosphere, it will help the atmosphere repair. They didn't have gold, or certainly didn't have a lot of it on their planet. So they tried to mine the asteroid belts according to the translations in the Columbia University tablets, and they lost 2 ships. So then they, long story short, they knew that the asteroid belt was made up of the same material as Earth. In other words, there will be gold. If there's gold in the asteroid belt, there'll be gold on Earth. And so they came here, and that's why they came here. It's all there in my long 8-hour documentary, reading out all the tablets, backing it up with evidence of ancient gold mines and everything else. If anyone's interested, just go to ourtruehistory.co.uk. You'll find something you're interested in. Ghosts, spirits, jinn, not the drink. All sorts of those thousands. Elohim Hunter wrote, where are they? Look in the mirror. Technically, we're not Anunnaki, we're humans, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Spirits wrote, 1 odd PM you regarding the pyramids being a dock for ships. So there's 1,000 pyramids worldwide, at least. The chances that the Anunnaki needed to land their ship there is illogical, because in order for them to get here, they would have needed to land their ship first, and there wouldn't have been any pyramids built by them because they would have needed to land their ship here first. So that statement seems illogical to me. I'm sorry. Don't hate me. It's just the way my brain works. So I can't see it being a landing dock in any shape or form. Now, if you go by the tablets in the Columbia University, they created what they called twin peaks, so that it would point to where the landing pad was after the Great Flood, and one of the peaks was also used by as Khufu's pyramid, which would have had a light beam coming out of it. So I don't think it's a dock for ships, because now you could say, well, okay, it may be dock for different type ships that they need, but you know, a dock for the ships, and they've got, you know, in China, that means they would have had to have had, because there's a pyramid in China, massive one. So they would have also had to have had an infrastructure there as well, which the spaceport was a place called Sapur in Mesopotamia. So again, no mentions of anything other than everything happening in the Middle East. I can't see it personally. I don't. But I mean, if you've got evidence, please let me know. But if it's just a theory, then it doesn't seem to work. Barry's right. Yes, sir. AI even didn't produce a round world, just a flat realm or layers. Yeah, and AI has also said that I'm gorgeous. Bum. But it was right. I can't help it. Sometimes AI is right. Avatar has wrote, Isaac left, it looks like, finally. Steph has wrote, you can't even spell Tataria for FFS. Wrote books, you say. So this is why I'm guessing you was blocked. So yes, I was in special needs at school. I have done a video, in fact, scroll back on my TikToks, which you won't bother. And I did the last video. I pointed out that I was in special needs at school. I was the thickest kid in school, couldn't read, couldn't write, couldn't spell, couldn't tell time, pretty much dumb, until I left school. And then I started to realise that intellect supersedes being told what to believe. And so I started to research and do all that kind of stuff myself. So yes, there is spelling errors sometimes in my backgrounds here. But luckily there's a thing called spell check on Microsoft Word. Thank you, whoever's doing the hearts. So while Steph is upset with me that she couldn't debunk me, I will say she, but looking at her picture, I don't want to be rude and assume that she's a she. I'm not quite sure, actually. Looking a bit lizardy. If you're a reptilian or Draco, I apologise for calling you a she. Thank you for doing the hearts. So yes, so where you couldn't debunk me, you tried to attack my disability in my ability to spell. No worries at all, Steph. Thank you for proving that you can't debunk me. I'll go with that. I'm happy to be called stupid. It's just I outsmart people like Steph, so one of us wins. Spirit Within has wrote 2. Short answer, I was wrong. My TBI caused me to mix up things. I've read basically. No worries at all. I probably have the same problem as you. I think I'm dyslexic. I tried to write to this. Do you know, I'm so bad at math. Every time I went for a math test at school, I failed so many times I couldn't even count. That's a bad joke. Anna's wrote Earth is flat. Yeah, you just keep saying that without the evidence. No worries at all. We'll all believe you. Wink, wink. These people walk among us. I tell you what, we should line these. Who wants to line these people up on the edge of the flat Earth? Stand behind them. Who wants to do that? Oh man. Okay, I do. It's just wrote. Their atmosphere was toxic and polluted, and gold helped clear their atmosphere. Again, not quite true from the tablet translations. There was actually a hole in their atmosphere, which Alula sees when he leaves their planet, when he fled to Earth. So if you're saying there's no hole, then I guess those tablets were wrong, and I would like to see, again, not being rude, just this is why my research is second to none. I would like to see the evidence that there was no hole and it was polluted, and that gold helped clear their atmosphere. If you've got the evidence of that, please show me. But again, like the other thing you said, I have a feeling it may just be you guessing, and that's fine if you write I believe at the beginning of your sentence. I won't challenge it, but I'm here to learn, and if you've got information that I would like, then that's why I sort of call you out on it, not because I'm rude, it's because that's how I get the best evidence out there. But next time, maybe just keep adding the word I believe. That way I'll just read it and move on. Spirit Within us wrote 4. Though I found I was saying the same thing, I'm still looking for the actual text to read, though. In any of my videos, I point to the actual text. I tell you where it is, and I read it out, so you can go and read it fully yourself if I ain't already reading it out fully in there. And the difference is also I look at the words. So, for example, the word clay in Sumerian can also mean organic material. I'm just using that as an example. So the point, what I'm trying to say is, where you will read the translations off of other people and maybe accept it, I still don't even accept the translations in Sumerian, let alone the Bible. So, again, why my research is second to none. And it sounds big-headed. I'm just trying to show that, I put the work in. And I know it sounds big-headed. I know it does. Steph has wrote to Kerry, being able to spell if you've written books isn't a disability. Oh God, trust me, it is. Do you know how many people I had to, Steph, you're a numpty. Do you know how many people I had to get for my first book to proofread it and edit it and check it? Loads. My daughter, who went to UCLA or whatever it is, one of the top universities at school. She got A+ in pretty much since she was a kid. So very academically, probably be smarter than you. Academically, I got her to look over it. I got back in the day, previous girlfriend. Her mum. So when you say it's yeah, just because I wrote the book didn't mean it was correctly spelled. Steph, you're a bit of a numpty, aren't you? Not the sharpest tool in the shed, are you? Barry's wrote, so the angle is 33 degrees from the sun, but the sun is millions of miles away, which would mean no, 0.4% difference in temperature between Sahara and Antarctica. Explained. I know I've said that actually myself. I said, literally from England to the Sahara. I've said that on actual lives, that just if Earth was just, and I would use the distance between England and Sahara. I said if Earth was just, however many miles it was, 2,000 miles or whatever it is, nearer to the sun, then would we be as hot as the Sahara? But again, you also got to add the type of terrain as well, and whether or not the reflection or refraction of the water, if it's near, and obviously equator as opposed to the North and South poles, and so on. So there's a lot more than just saying, push the planet, therefore the whole thing heats up. Because Earth does go further away, even with your calculations there, that the Earth does get further away at winter, and yet we're not absolutely freezing, which you would think we are, but we're not. So it doesn't quite work the way that we would think it works, Barry. So Kerry's wrote, learning difficulties include spelling. Ablest, I can't pronounce stuff either. I admit that. See, the difference is, Steph, I admit things. But when we asked you for evidence for your things, you didn't admit anything. You just changed the subject and done a personal attack. Oh dear. Steph has wrote to Sherry. He wrote books on a subject but can't spell Tataric, whatever. And then she wrote Tataria. I was going to say you spelt Tataria wrong. And then she's wrote Tataria underneath. So you couldn't spell Tataria. So you was prepared to try and knock me down for spelling something in the background wrong. Basically, I just didn't double check it. And you spelt Tatar, and then you even wrote after that, whatever. So in other words, you was going to carry on the sentence, but realised that the Tataric wasn't the correct spelling, and then had to change it underneath for the next message as Tataria. So I think that's an own goal there. Sherry's wrote, need my beauty sleep. I've got a big cockerel in my chicken coop who's loud if I'm up late. Sorry, I was reading that very slowly there because I wasn't sure where it was going. Okay. Whatever tickles your fancy, Sherry. I don't know. Just, if that's what they call them these days. Fine. Enjoy your cockerel waking you up in the morning. Good night and bless you. Thank you, Sherry, for joining and helping. Steph, I think on that one it was an own goal there. I think you should quit while you was behind. Avatars wrote, notice the amount of lower frequency energy inhabitants being in this chat attempting to create chaos. Yeah, well worded. Barry's wrote, what does the word plane mean? I don't know, I've never looked into it. If you're asking it as an English word, I've never looked into it. Steph has wrote, he writes books about the subject but can't spell Tatari. It's over, Steph. You lost. You cocked up. You didn't spell it correctly. In other words, sometimes when you quickly type something, it happens, Steph. You've lost. You lost that argument. It's made yourself look stupid. How stupid is that? Arguing at me that I can't spell, and then she cocks up and spells the word that I've wrote wrong in the background. She then wrote wrong. Come on, classic. Steph, when do you do your next comedy show? Seriously, I think we should all listen in. June has wrote, does that say One True Hill? No, it's my name, Our True History. Only because out of the handful of researchers in the world that do the stuff that I do, out of those handful, someone has to be better than the rest, and it turns out it's me. So I just put that as better. Spirit Within is why do the pictures from the moon of Earth look out of scale? Earth is 3 times wider. Depends on the lens on the camera. So I don't know if you're aware, but you can have different lenses on cameras, and depending on what lens they've got, can make the object look smaller. I know because when I film, sometimes I move the camera closer, sometimes I have to put the zoom lens, depending on what lens I've got on the camera, I have to move that in. So you can have a tiny dot on wide aperture and wide focal point, or if you have a camera that zooms in, so it depends on the lens. I know you're trying to debunk the picture from the moon, and certainly agree you should always look at anything coming from NASA or anything that's going to the moon, absolutely, but you should also look into camera lenses. I know because I film with camera lenses. David's right, explain flight paths that make no sense on a globe but make sense on a flat Earth. So finally someone with a bit of sense. Let me see if you follow me. You don't follow me. I'm surprised that you don't follow me. Sounds like you've got a bit of sense. So mainstream will tell you that it's to do with the wind being behind the planes, etc., which makes no sense really, because you've got planes going backwards and forwards over the same bit of ocean, and obviously if the wind's blowing one way, then it's not blowing the other, so it doesn't quite make sense. So that is the only thing that doesn't quite make sense to me, why they don't go a different route. Now there may be a reason for that. For example, to not go anywhere near Antarctica or another island that they're not allowed to go near, that's military bases or something like that they're not telling us. But no, I agree. That's the only thing that. But I mean, obviously, the billions of other things that I've debunked on Flat Earth isn't even worth going into. Feel free to watch my Flat Earth videos, but that is the only thing. So well done, David. And the fact that you don't follow me is because normally we get silly people that don't follow me that don't know what they're talking about. But at least you've come up with one that I have looked into. So well done. Barry's wrote, is the sun a torch as it acts like a beam, like a torch? Why doesn't it light up space as a whole? Because there's nothing. It's a fair question really if you don't understand what space is, but if there's nothing there to light up, nothing to reflect off of, then nothing gets lit up. That's pretty much it really. I hear what you're saying, but in order for light to be reflective, or at least shine, or at least have some luminosity, it needs to hit something, ideally a physical object, in which case the moon, Mars, asteroids. But if there's nothing physical to hit, then it's not going to light up anything. There's no even, obviously there's no atmosphere either for it to hit. But of course, when the light hits Earth and we've got atmosphere, then we see the streaks of light. Steph has wrote Stranger for Nothing. That was that person that got upset because I think we asked her for evidence once before and couldn't prove it, but then she became a numpty and tried a personal attack. David has wrote, also sun is local, wake up. Yeah, I know, you're right. The funny thing is, David, even though a minute ago you asked a sensible thing, you've now turned into that type of person that doesn't follow me and then turns into that numpty. So unfortunately you fell right back into your little trap. Yes, you're right, the sun is local. Now, the Bermuda Triangle, when people's planes and ships go missing, David, it's because they keep bumping into the sun and burning up. No, you're right. I shouldn't be rude. No, you're right. The amount of videos we've got of people flying over the sun and no, sorry, hang on. No, there is none, is there? We've got pictures of what looks like clouds behind the sun, even though it's an optical illusion. I could show you 1,000 optical illusions, which will make your head spin, and you'll be going, "How does that work?" There is such things as optical illusions. I don't know if you're aware of that. It doesn't mean it's like God doing it or anything. It just means it's a weird phenomena. You can have two circles, for example, one red, one blue, and you'll say that one's bigger, and then you just move the blue, and it's exactly the same size. Weird. But no, you're right. It is local because I needed suntan the other day, and I walked up to the sun and said, "Look, sun, give me a suntan, will you?" When you say we've been lied to because you carried on, the sun is local, wake up, we've been lied to. Well, show me one plane that went behind it. And you're saying I'm still indoctrinated. No worries at all. No worries at all. Just show me something. David's right. How can we don't have a video of the Earth rotating? Because we would need. Well, we do actually. So, David, you're looking like one of those numpties now. I'm not even going to bother going too much detail, but go look up 1980s NASA live streams. David's thinking, what, NASA did live streams in the 80s? Yes, David, that's because you was in your mother's basement when NASA was doing these live streams. Oh, I didn't know there was. Yeah, UFOs would fly in them. No. Then they would cut the feeds, David. You mean it's not CGI then? Because they wouldn't put UFOs flying in them. Correct, David. Oh. So they used to have live feeds and now they don't do live feeds. Now they do CGI because they used to have UFOs flying in their shots and they used to cut them. So now they fake it. That's why they fake it. Oh, our true history. I'm so sorry. I thought you were stupid, but turns out you're actually quite clever. Yeah, sorry, David. Go watch those NASA videos of the live streams where UFOs fly in and you'll see the curvature of the Earth spinning. Oh my God. I am so sorry, our true history. I should follow you, but I'm a numpty, so I won't because I can't help it. I'm just a numpty. No worries at all, David. It's not your fault. Join Steph. Marcus wrote, are the Anunnaki trying to create a portal too? I don't know, but I doubt it. I mean, if they are, they're probably doing it on their home planet, I would imagine, but I don't know. I've never heard that. Punkers wrote, stream died for me a little. I'm back though. I think what happens is TikTok kicks people off, from what I've been told, because obviously when I'm telling the truth, they don't like it and they boot people to hope that my numbers go down. So I apologise on behalf of TikTok being rude. I'm going to ignore Barry because everything Barry said I've already answered and proved. And Barry, go watch my Flat Earth video, which you won't bother, and then just tell me one thing where I'm wrong with evidence, and which you won't bother. Sherry wrote, thanks guys, I'm on a roll. Would you like some butter with that? Onions wrote, been a bit late, been watching the footy. Well, that's no good. You've missed loads of numpties tonight. You would have enjoyed it. TSL's wrote, my favourite pastime out of history. How are you? Oh, what's under the pyramid is not correct. Wow, interested. Well, I couldn't find any evidence. Where everyone else is just talking about it, I went to try and find the evidence that it's genuine first, and I couldn't find any. So that was a few days ago. So if suddenly evidence is out there, then I'm happy to look. But there's no point in looking at something if I can't even prove that it was done in the first place. Barry's explained gravity. So Barry, come here, stand in front of me. 2 hits, Barry. Me hitting you, you hitting the floor. That's gravity. Do that in space. Do that on the vomit comet. You know what the vomit comet is, don't you, Barry? No, what's that? Does it mean you're sick on a plane? Yeah, it does actually. That's why it's called vomit comet. Oh, so what happens if you hit me on the vomit comet? Well, I'd enjoy it. I mean, you wouldn't fall over. Why? Because there's no gravity there. Oh, so you mean there is a phenomena that means there's a point somewhere that you don't have gravity? Technically, yes. Oh, it's like a vacuum. There you go, Barry. Good boy. There's a good boy, Barry. Elohim, sorry everybody. Elohim, you can see why and I'm supposed to be the thick one. Elohim Hunters wrote 02 was 33% right before Great Flood proportionally adjusted, lost 7% of the atmosphere. I haven't looked into the percentage of it prior to the Great Flood, but obviously the ice shelf that broke off did raise the water level, which did cover the land. So the logic would say we've lost oxygen. I'm not going to read out Barry's anymore because I'm nearly midnight and my boy should have been in bed 2 hours ago. And I've debunked Barry like nobody's business. TSL's wrote, did Jesus step in tonight for all the dimwits? And he hasn't. He hasn't been around for a while. Let me see if I can call Jesus quickly and then we'll try and whiz to the end of the questions. Jesus! Hello. Oh, he's back. Hello. I was listening. I know you was. That guy's a numpty. What, David? Anyone? No, don't be rude. Some of these guys are nice. Oh, so what you been up to, Jesus? Oh, I've just been hanging around. No, don't make jokes, for crying out loud. People wanting us to do bloody... They'll tell us to stop doing these Anunnaki and just have me and you as a double act. Don't laugh. He's just standing there again with his arms out. What? Why do you do that T-pose? Oh, I'm sorry. I know. Oh, you're funny. I know I am. Sorry. Sorry. So Jesus, we're going to whiz to some of the bottom of the questions. Would you like to answer? Oh, thank you, Raven. There's a person just giving you a rose. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Oh, Jesus says thank you. Don't ask me why he's got a funny accent. It's I did ask him last time, but I don't think he really knows where he comes from. He kept on about his dad being an alien, which is true technically. So I've just scrolled nearer to the bottom because I have to shoot soon. So I'm just trying to find questions to start with. So forgive me if I missed some, but I'm just trying to. My boy should have been. Emma's wrote, please can you tell me who created the Anunnaki? Here's one for Jesus. Jesus will know that because his father is Marduk. If you're interested in the evidence that Jesus' father was Marduk, wait a minute, you got evidence? How the hell can you have evidence? People saying, no, they're not. I'm trying to pretend that they're saying that. You're ruining my show now. Sorry guys. Jesus is... So yes, if you're interested in seeing the evidence that Marduk was Yahweh and that therefore Jesus was the son of Marduk... That's right, he's my dad. Then all you have to do is just go to my website and type in Yahweh or Jesus and you'll come to those videos. So who created the Anunnaki? Who says someone had to create them? Who said someone had to create them? I didn't say they have to create them. So, Jesus, would you mind explaining how the Anunnaki were created? What are you laughing at? This person doesn't know. They think that everything has to be created by someone or something. Just answer them, will you? Chemicals? Right, okay. I was expecting a bit more from you. So chemicals created the Anunnaki, same as chemicals create life. If you look up what chemicals create life, you'll see under the right conditions, there's about 5 chemicals that can create a single-celled organism. Perils, what is the definition of a god? And why are they God when there is so many gods in religions? So long story short, Anunnaki were the gods. That's their race name. They tell us it's race name before they even come to Earth. That's a fact. Over 400 and something odd thousand years that they live, because their longevity of their life, because of their orbit compared to our orbit. Over the years, they travelled in different places, and they were known as different gods, but the same god. So pantheons of gods. It wasn't till Marduk, who is Jesus' father. That's right, he's my dad. Yeah. It wasn't until Marduk changed everything to monotheism. In other words, one god. Because prior to that, you had God for rain, God for water, God for summer, God for this, God for... Basically, all the Anunnakis had different roles, sun god and all that kind of stuff. But Marduk, once he was put in charge, he changed it to everything was him. And so that's your answer. Feel free to watch my videos for evidence of that, and just go to my website. Fayez wrote, what are crop circles? So my opinion, and I know Jesus will agree with me, my opinion is that the crop circles, because there is genuine ones, that's proven, are messages for an alien race. So in other words, orbs create them, not for us. If they was for us, they'd be smaller. Orbs create them for another alien race to read. So in other words, are pictographs, possibly to do with what's going on inside our planet, because the orbs are generally seen coming out of the ground and then creating the crop circle. And obviously, if a UFO can't go into the middle of the planet, whereas a orb can, because it's got no mass and seems to fly through walls and stuff, then it could go down into our planet and see whatever it needs to see, and then come up and explain it, because they don't have vocal cords, explain it in a pictograph. AMGs are all the waters are flat, Earth is flat. They don't seem to understand that when you have pressure on something all the way around, they hurt my head. Perils wrote, are the cylinders under the pyramids real? I haven't found evidence that the story is real at this point, so at this point I would say no. Andrews wrote, no, they are not fat, wouldn't have tides if that were the case. So I'm guessing flat. See, I got told off for putting an error in my spelling. Sorry, Andrew, I was just saying that someone earlier on told me off. If they are not flat, I'm guessing flat, wouldn't have tides if they were. That's the case. Well, see, you're assuming. I mean, see, when I look at things, I have to look at it from every angle. That's why whatever angle comes out the best is generally the answer. So we don't know what a flat Earth may have in terms of its properties, because we don't have a flat Earth. So a flat Earth could still, for whatever reason, produce tides, but we don't know, because we haven't. So we can't say 100% that a flat Earth wouldn't have tides. I'm just saying, sorry, that's how my brain works. We need to sort of prove that that's the case. Alexander has wrote, NASA is Satan, which is really weird, because when you go to the original word of Satan, it was just an adversary for one of the Anunnakis. But you won't want to watch my amazing documentary on who Satan was, which anyone else can, but you won't. Lily's wrote, is it not her story? I'm guessing you're referring to his story, as people do. Feel free to watch one of my videos with evidence. If you've got evidence to debunk my evidence, I would be happy to see it. Never going to happen, though. Shamaras wrote, if Earth was not in space, the sun would be just black. If the Earth was not, no, I mean, so all the stars that you see at night, they're suns. They're other solar system suns. So they still produce a light, even if our Earth isn't in their solar system or in their galaxy. Timmy's wrote, why does the sun and moon look the same size, but the sun is much bigger? Because one's nearer and one's further away. So I don't know how else to say that, really. So if you got a big football and a small football, and you move the big football further away, eventually it will become the same size as the nearer, smaller football. And I don't know if you can grasp that. Sorry, I don't really sound rude. Shamara's wrote, it would be a burring rock. I'm guessing you mean burning. Burning, I got told off for spelling. It would be a burning rock, just black. What, the sun? No, the sun is letting off light. So we're looking at the light, but obviously unless it's hitting something else, the only thing we can see is the light off of the sun. I mean, I know I was thick at school, but I kind of worked that one out myself. Sorry. Triple Eight has wrote self-illuminating, which it is, yeah. Onion's laughing for some reason or other. Hopefully it's something funny I said. Alexander's wrote, weird things could equal harp. I'm guessing you're referring to HAARP, in other words, the technology from HARP. You've just put one A, and I'm the one that gets told off for spelling. And yeah, I know how to spell, it's just sometimes I rush things. Barry's wrote, research blue marble. You're referring to the picture. Why am I even reading out Numpty Barry's questions? So his argument is going to be, look, it's a composite of the Earth. Barry, NASA even admits it's a composite. So, not the sharp. No, Barry, I'm going to have to block you for being a numpty because I don't like stupid people. Technically, I'm stupid, but you're coming out with things that's just really stupid. Roberts wrote, star trail photography shows the Earth is moving. Well, technically, you could say that the universe is moving and Earth is standing still. I'm just being devil's advocate, which is why my videos are good, because I cover every angle. I don't like to be some, because otherwise, if I said the same, someone will say, well, no, maybe our Earth is standing still and the universe is moving. So, just covering us there. Triple Eight has wrote, forever lost souls, I'll hold out some hope. This guy, much love. Thank you, Triple Eight. Kerry's wrote to Alexander, who's running the hologram then. I hope you moderators have fun chatting to these people. They do my head in, but show me the proof. Has wrote, the Anunnaki story sure fits with everything. And if you're interested in seeing the proof, seeing as your name is Show Me the Proof, just go to any video that I've done on my website. They're documentaries, they're not normally the TikTok ones, they're proper edited ones. Pick a video that you want to watch and watch it, and I show evidence. So thank you for that. FS has wrote, Earth is a ball then. Funny enough, it's similar to the what's the other one up there, the moon, and what's the other one, Mars, and what's the other ball, Venus and Jupiter. Oh no, what about Saturn? Saturn's got to be flat. No, it's not. Okay, so yeah, you're right, it's Earth is not a ball, and all the others just decided to be a ball just so that they could upset Earth. Timmy's wrote, is Earth pear-shaped? Apparently Earth has got a bit of a bulge because of the gravitation and stuff like that, and there's also a chunk missing, which funny enough, Mainstream just the other day turned around and said that they've worked out where that part of Earth is, and they said it's sunk in, which was quite weird because when you realise that the chunk out of it would fit Ceres and some of the asteroid belt, you realise that maybe that chunk was part of Ceres, which is in the asteroid belt. Timmy's wrote, Jesus busy with the horsemen. You do realise that the horsemen in the Bible can also mean commanders. Oh, Timmy, let me see if you follow me. You don't follow me. Did you know that, Timmy? You didn't know that. You didn't know that, Timmy. So when you realise that the fiery chariots with the horsemen are commanders flying craft, oh, yeah, you should wait till my new book's out, Timmy. I don't want to read your new book. I know you don't. He should. I know he should, Jesus. Sorry. Jesus still here. He stands there watching me. It's quite difficult to get rid of. He's like some of these numpties here. Just can't get rid of him. Cold has wrote, who is Sitchin, please? His name is Zachariah Sitchin. He's an author. He wrote about translations that's already been done about the Anunnaki, similar to what I do, but I show the videos and I also back everything up with mainstream science, etc. as well. If it's possible to do so, I do. Ravens wrote, you're welcome. Oh, bless you. Thank you, Raven. Onions wrote, seems like Tuesday night is naughty night. That's very good. I like that. Get a star for that. I like that. You do realise that you don't keep the star until next time. It starts all over again each live. So I don't want you going, oh, I've got 2 stars now. I mean, technically it starts over again. Alexander's wrote Prison Planet. Yeah, that's what people say, but it's not, obviously. To the Indian chap that wants to do a live with me, I'm sorry I can't do that at the moment. Psychology is right. I like how you say Earth is not flat to try and add legitimacy to everything else. Just watch one of my videos then, Psychology. I know you're trying to outsmart me there, but one of us will probably outsmart the other one. I'm not going to name names, but you with the name called Psychology and me with my intellect, I know which one I'll put money on every day of the week, twice on Sundays. Now, the reason why I know I would outsmart you is because I'm going to do it right now, sorry. Outsmarting a psychologist, probably. I like how you say Earth is not flat. Well, thank you very much for saying the way I like the way I wrote that. That's very nice, isn't it? In capitals as well. See that? And try to add legitimacy. Well, then you would have to actually prove that I was trying to add legitimacy to that instead of just writing it. So again, you fouled on that. So when you wrote psychology, I would probably stay out of that field and. Because I will this is what I said on my video. I don't know why people find it hard to believe. Intellect can outsmart book smart. Just common sense, really. Sorry guys, I know I do come across big-headed sometimes, I know. Right, I'm going to try and stop reading out numpties just so I can get to put my boy to bed who should have... Andy, ever so handy. Oh, Andy, you've missed some great ones tonight. The poor moderators. I haven't been reading, but... Oh, if only TikTok allowed me to read these back. AMG is right. All the water levels is flat. Yeah, all you have to do, AMG, let me just explain something to you. So when you're doing an experiment, like, you know, Earth wondering why all the water levels are flat, or what you have to do, when you say flat, it's not flat. I mean, for example, I had some numpty the other day say the Panama Canal is 100 miles long and it's flat. No, it's actually 50 miles long and it's actually got locks. Oh, what's a lock? Does it mean you shut up at night? See, people are thick. I hate thick people. Which is weird coming from someone that was supposed to be thick. I'm sorry. So what you need to do, AMG, is you need to scale that experiment up, because obviously if you put water on a football, it's going to come off, and we're already inside the experiment, aren't we? What do you mean? Oh, for crying out loud, why do I bother? So, in order to find out why the Earth has water levels that are flat, in other words, some pressure, whether it's gravity pushing down or gravity pulling down, in order to figure out why, we need to take that outside of Earth, don't we? The water. And if you say no, then you're completely stupid. You have to take it outside and do the experiment outside of the experiment that you're in. You have to say yes. But then you have to kind of put that water on a solid object, such as like Earth's got, kind of thing. So you put water on this object. Now, really, to do it properly, you need to scale it up to the size of Earth. You have to do it properly. You can't half cheat, would you? So now you've got, and really, effectively, you kind of need to put the moon in the same place. So in other words, we need to push Earth out the way and put another planet here that's identical to Earth to see whether or not the gravity and the pressure, etc., will keep the water flat. What do you think will happen? Now, I kind of know what's going to happen. It's too easy. Right, okay, I'm going to go. Paul was right, I will watch your videos for sure. Oh, thank you, Paul. Bless you. See, you're one of the smart... Oh, Peril, sorry, my eyes are kind of a bit blurry tonight. Peril, sorry. You're one of the smart ones. I don't mean to sound rude by saying because you're watching my videos, but we've had some numpties tonight. Alexander's wrote not planets. I'm guessing you're saying that Mars, Jupiter, etc. are not planets, and what we're standing on right now is an invisible... God, help. Yeah, Alexander's wrote there is no planets. Oh man, come on. So what we on? You're going to say we're on a plane. Oh God. Paul Perils wrote, do the Anunnaki have souls? They knew of spirits before they came to Earth, so they were aware that the entity is there. They didn't know how to communicate with them until 10,000 years ago, but so yes, I would say the Anunnaki had souls. In fact, if you go to clairvoyance, they'll tell you the names, the types of animals that they see on the other side, and all of those, if you look it up, have pineal glands. So basically these entities seem to join with anything that's got a pineal gland. Feel free to watch my 3-hour documentary on spirits if you're interested. Psychology's right, because it has no mass, it can go through walls. That was when I was talking earlier about the orbs, when I said it has no mass and they can go through walls. Yeah, that's what I said. It has no mass, which means they can go forwards and backwards in time as well. And you're going to say, how's that? How do you prove that? Well, funny enough, when your loved one dies and they tell you stuff that you shouldn't know, that they shouldn't know about your life, it means they can go forwards and backwards in time. Oh. Sorry, psychology. I know you're trying to catch me out there. It didn't quite work because one of us should have been a psychologist. I should have. No. Why? You're funny. You should be a comedian. Apparently Jesus thinks I should be a comedian. Dragon's Wrath, I'm sorry, but the only thing that is true here is our true history is amazing. Well, thank you very much, Dragon Wrath. It's very nice of you to say. Psychology's wrote, just say the obvious. The Earth cannot be flat because we have gravity. Just say the obvious. The Earth cannot be flat because we have gravity. So again, psychology, I'm going to outsmart you here. Sorry, don't hate me. So, in order for you to... So what you're saying is it's round. Sorry, it's flat. Is that what you're saying? Let's assume you're saying it's flat. So you're saying it's flat, therefore it's got gravity, but a globe can't have gravity. Now I'd ask you to show me the evidence that a globe doesn't have gravity. And you'll say, I can't. And then why say the Earth cannot be flat because we have gravity? So what you're then really saying is Earth is a ball. So why was you trying to argue earlier? I think you might have... And again, works both ways. How can you say that a flat Earth doesn't have gravity? We don't know the properties of a flat Earth. For all we know, it could be still spinning. It could be spinning in every single direction. You know those things that NASA have where the astronauts stay on them and the thing spins around? That could produce, you could have it flat. So basically could still be spinning, not just a single rotation, but it could be spinning in a funny sort of different direction all the way around, which could cause gravity, but we wouldn't know because we haven't got a flat Earth. Cosmics wrote hiya, cold high back. Cold feet, as wrote NASA in Hebrew, means to deceive. NASA do lie, yeah. Certainly not the videos where UFOs popped in the 80s and 90s when they had live streams. Certainly not then. No one's going to create fake CGI back in the 80s UFOs or models in the 80s of UFOs flying out of our atmosphere and attacking each other and stuff like that. That'd be stupid, wouldn't it? Alexander's wrote, Christ and Antichrist is the same light and dark, simple as. Not really, no. Jesus was a hybrid. That's simple as, if you're interested in seeing the evidence. Because I would ask you for evidence, which you haven't got, obviously. You follow me. Alexander, I like smart people that follow me. Psychologies wrote, what level of psychics am I listening to right now? What level of psychics am I listening to right now? I'm guessing, because the word in there, and then you wrote in capitals laugh out loud underneath. You actually didn't even write that in a logical sense. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to put the LOL back at you. I'm guessing what you're saying is what level of psychics am I listening to right now? I'm guessing, because obviously you can't string a sentence together, even though you're the one that put laugh out loud at the bottom of it. So again, psychology, every single thing you've been saying, I've been making you look. Change that name from psychology to numpty, please, because you're trying to make me look bad and I'm outsmarting you. And that's coming from a person that was the thickest kid in the school, in a massive school. So you're getting whipped by someone that's thick. That must have really hurt. So I'm not going to read numpty's points out anymore, because clearly I've proven that they're numpties. Meshers wrote, this is the first live I actually factually agree with. Oh, thank you. Sorry that there's so many numpties and I'm big-headed, but feel free to just watch one of my videos and you'll see the evidence that I do talk about in the lives, but you'll see the evidence in the videos. So thank you very much for that. Scrolling down. Fayers wrote, the crazies are out in force tonight. They seem to be, don't they? Remind me never to do a Tuesday night again. Thank you, Faye. At least you're with us, Faye. Dragons wrote, I have to say there is no evidence whatsoever of gods or anything related to religion being real. So we've got 8 hours worth of evidence of the Anunnaki being gods that predate the Bible, that the Bible actually talks about. So if you're interested in that, Dragon Wrath, you don't follow me, so I'm guessing you won't bother. So when you say there's no evidence whatsoever of gods, there is 8 hours worth, but you won't watch it, so then you'll just continuously say there's no evidence without actually looking at the evidence, because you don't really want there to be evidence, because let's be honest, you're probably somewhat deluded. Because if you wasn't deluded, you would probably say, okay, I'm happy to look at your evidence, but you've been chatting all this time, you could have went away and looked at it, but you won't. Nordic has wrote, where do you get the documents to prove that Tataria was not advanced? Nice try, you should have been the psychologist. So basically, the Mongolian Empire, there was a Mongolian Empire 500 years ago, we got maps for them and everything else. They were called the Tataran Empire. That's it. Now, when you say where did I find the documents to prove Tataria was not advanced, there's zero evidence that there is any, and I mean zero. I even emailed, I even sent messages on Tatarian people, Mudflood Fossil and all these people saying, just give me one bit of evidence where you have either advanced technology in the last 200 years, bearing in mind the Mongolian Empire was 500 years ago. In the last 200 years, give me any evidence whatsoever of anything advanced that belongs to the Tatarian Empire. Now, all I got was, oh, there's a something similar to a Tesla Tesla rod. And I said, no problem at all, show me where it says that it was made by someone from Tataria. Can't do that, so then it's not made by Tatarian people then. So then they say the buildings, and I say, no problem at all, show me where it says that someone built them from Tatarian, a Tatarian person built them. Where's it say that? Where, on a brick, where? And they say, well, just look at the building. I'm looking, but I like evidence. So yeah, you'll find that there's zero evidence whatsoever. Just ask for evidence. Evidence wins all the time. I'm just ignoring the numpties in the class. Nordic is right. Where did you get the documents? I read that one. Sometimes people repeat the same thing over. Cold Feet has wrote, many pilots say the Earth is flat. It's mental. No, what? Okay, so again, using common sense. So when you actually see the snippets of the videos where people go up and say, so for example, one person said, and they didn't bother cutting it because they didn't think someone would catch on, but I did. So they said, thank you for the flight over wherever they went. Did we see any curvature? And the pilot says, no, it looks flat. That was it. And you know why? Because at 35,000 feet, it looks flat. Put that pilot in a Concorde, and they'll be saying, "Yeah, we see the at 70,000 feet." So what people do is they ask the pilot, and then they cut that little bit where it says flat, and they'll say, "There you go, it's flat." Sometimes they say to the pilot, "Did we see a curvature?" And the pilot will say, "No, it looks flat." They're not saying the planet's flat, they're saying it looks flat. So it's all how it's clever, but they're not that clever. Andy's wrote, TikTok once again never notified me that you're doing live. I'm sorry. You know why. I'm sorry. Conan has wrote, Chosen's woke up. I'm not sure what that means, sorry. And then Conan's wrote, love and unity is the key. I'm sorry if I'm whizzing through these. I'm trying to get, because my boy should have been to bed 2 hours ago. That's very naughty of me. Dragon's wrote, I didn't say that, stop lying. I don't know if that's to someone else. I don't lie, so it can't be me. Scrolling down, sorry, I'm just trying to find people that's. Joey's wrote, what are the Anunnaki doing now? My guess is running the planet based off of everything that I've learned and the dollar bill and everything else. Not all of them, obviously they've got their own planet. Sorry if I'm whizzing through, I'm just trying to get to the end. I should have finished 2 hours ago. True Lights wrote, Orbs the Watcher equals Anunnaki. Well, the Watchers actually translates in, or the Yajiji translates the Watchers, which is the young Anunnaki, so the Orbs are not the Watchers. Joey's wrote, I know I'm not a paid follower or anything, but for real, where is the Anunnaki now? Hopefully you just heard me a moment ago. I don't select who I reply to. True Lighters wrote, Black Rock is the centre of the North Pole, also known as Mount Cernimede. I can't pronounce things, I'll admit I can't pronounce things. Conan's wrote, Love and Kizzy. Sorry if I'm scrolling down, just trying to get to the bottom. True Lighters wrote, Thoth is Hermes. You wrote Troth is Hermes, but yes, he would have also been in Gazida. Elysian has wrote, crop circles were made by a prank to, right. Okay, so just to help you out, because please don't follow me, thank God for that, I like smart people. So Elysian, let me just explain something to you. So we have evidence that crop circles were being formed back in 400 years ago. So if you don't believe me, type in the Moen Devil. So 400 years ago, when there's no internet, no phones, probably no newspapers, are you telling? Well, technically, it was newspapers because that's how we know about it. It was actually written about in a paper. So you telling me that pranksters were going around with microwaves? You're thinking, what do you mean microwaves? Yeah, the genuine ones. The nodes are bursted. That's a fact, genuine fact. The nodes are superheated from the inside and burst, and that's when they bend over. Oh, I didn't know that because I didn't bother researching. I just saw that the newspaper told us that Doug and Dave did it, and I believed them. Yeah, that's Cillian, that's your problem right there. Maybe I should follow you actually, because you obviously seem to know what you're talking about with evidence. Yeah, I do. And you show the evidence in your videos. Of course I do, Cillian. Of course I do. Yeah, I think I'll follow you. No worries at all. Just hit that follow button. Or if you don't, then you're going to go around thinking that Doug and Dave take a microwave machine with them and superheat the nodes on every single crop at night in the middle of night. Oh, it's too easy. Captains wrote, where's the evidence the Anunnaki are our gods? Feel free to go to my website. I'm showing you where the evidence is. Please don't say, it's not evidence. Right, listen to me carefully. Next time I do a live, I expect you to watch the 8 hours evidence and come and either tell me where I'm wrong with evidence or say, crap, I should follow you. So listen carefully. No excuses. Don't come back and try and change the subject, because that's what normally happens. My website, ourtruehistory.co.uk. Scroll down on the homepage to where it says click here. It will take you to YouTube. It's an 8-hour documentary. You only need 10 minutes, but watch all 8 hours. You won't bother. You won't bother to do any of this. I know you won't. Trust me, you won't. And you'll see the evidence that the Anunnaki were called gods. Or just go and type in, which you won't bother, Kingship of Heaven, which was their tablets where they talk about themselves as gods before they even came to Earth, but you won't bother. Assyrians wrote, then the Americans copied and said it was aliens. No, sorry, you're still on about the crop circles. My God, you have no idea what you're talking about, do you? Wow, you have no idea. I mean, we've got peer-reviewed papers where debunkers even admit, and I mean, we're talking institutions where they admit that yes, the crop are have radiation and the nodes were superheated, etc. Assyrian, stop. You're making yourself look silly. Stop. Either research. Don't come onto a channel like mine and pretend you know what you're talking about. Look up Dr. Levingood. You won't bother. True Lights, right? Do you think the world is a spinning at 1 billion miles per hour? No, not 1 billion miles per hour. I don't know where you got 1 billion from. What's wrong with people tonight? Is it a full moon? It is a full moon. It's got to be a full moon, isn't it? For the amount of numpties tonight. It's crazy. Mandy's wrote, Anunnaki are gods. Finally, someone with some sense that actually doesn't follow me. Wow. You should follow me, Mandy. You seem like a sensible person. Scrolling down. Just trying to find a message right near the bottom now, in fact. People chatting to each other. Lots of people chatting to each other. Andrews wrote 24,000 miles per hour. Technically it's 1,000 miles per hour. The globe is 24,000 miles round. So we travel 1,000 miles an hour, and that's why it takes us 24 hours to get back round to where we are. Yeah. Kerry wrote, not a full moon, sir, just idiocy. Psychology's just wrote, okay, I've lost enough brain cells now, realising that this guy that was supposed to be the thickest kid in the school is actually totally outsmarting everyone today. I feel stupid now because I did have university degrees, etc., and this guy that has nothing is outsmarting me. Oh, psychology, don't worry, it's not your fault. I don't know what to say. Maybe just try harder next time. That's all I can say. Sorry, psychology, if you got slapped down on everything that you said. It's not. Just maybe don't say anything next time. I don't know how else to say it. Hacksaw has wrote, Japanese gods have an interesting period where that they transition from heaven to the earthly leaders. Yeah, they've also got the story. I don't know if you're aware of the story of the woman that came to shore with the box. Came out of a craft. I don't know if you know that story. It's a really good, interesting story. If you don't, look it up. Okay, right. I've hit the Monkeys wrote university doesn't prove anything. Correct, spot on. Which is why I'm glad I didn't go. So yeah. All right, I'm gonna shoot, guys, because I should have put my boy to bed 2 hours ago, and I feel really bad, and I've got to feed cats and all sorts of stuff. So, thank you to everyone that asked sensible questions. Visit my website. Just watch one video. Obviously, the you know the ones that won't bother, but you guys can. Just watch one. Pick one out of the thousands of videos there to do with Einstein, to do with Tesla, to do with Bigfoot, to do with the Yowie, to do with crystal skulls. You name it, it's probably there. Pick something, watch it, enjoy it, and there's audio chats, there's videos, documentaries, recommendations, books and stuff. Just there's a search bar at the top. Just knock yourself out. All right, and thank you, moderators. I'm so sorry you guys had a bit of a hard one tonight. Sorry. I don't know whether you guys enjoy it or not. I find it exhausting. But thank you. Always in your debt. And I will catch everyone again very, very soon. Sorry if I do come across big-headed or whatever. It's just, well, you can see by the people that have no clue what they're talking about, and they make it sound like they know what they're talking about, and then I just get fed up. That's why I get that little ego, because of them. They created me. Alright, so on that bombshell, I'll let you guys go. Talk to you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye. Bye. Oh, good boy. Good boy. Oh, God, I forgot you was here.